Hey, can you ask the low-level academy guy on YouTube to make more Zig content? Who is the low-level academy guy? I think I'm aware of low-level learning that then I think changed to just low-level. But the academy part surprises me, so maybe you're referring to somebody else. Hey, JRQ, YouTube chat disabled? Yeah, sorry, because it's still, there's still the Borg bug that I don't want to fix. It's just that it doesn't feel good, because then, yeah, machine integration works at that point, and like, yeah, it's annoying. So it's on me. I should do it. But I have other stuff that I feel prioritizing more. I blame Google. I mean, you know what? I shouldn't blame Google. I should actually be happy. If you think about it, it's an ad company. They even have their own chat API, which is amazing if you think about it. An ad company that can pull this stuff off, incredible. Actually, still though, I don't know. Name on YouTube is Low Level TV. I see. Well, here's the problem, Get to Mug. And by the way, I am purposely taking your comment to like super seriously. I understand that, you know, a comment in Twitch chat isn't necessarily meant to be taken to its full extreme level of seriousness, but I will do it nevertheless. And I'm aware that that wasn't necessarily what you intended to communicate. That said, let's say that I actually do. I am considering to take your advice fully. Here's the issue with that. I could reach out to Low Level TV and ask Low Level TV to do more Zig content. The problem is that Low Level TV, understandably, and I guess supposedly is acting in a rational manner. So the owner of Low Level TV, you know, has to pick the content based on their interests, their knowledge, and what their audience is interested in. So I'm guessing that if more people were interested in Zig, Low Level TV would probably do more content on Zig. And actually, there is Zig content on Low Level TV. So Low Level TV is aware of Zig, has done some content, and I don't know, maybe it even performed reasonably well. I don't think Zig content, generally speaking, performs badly. It does not. Like, I think generally when YouTubers do Zig stuff, it does tend to. It's one of those hyped languages, right? So, yeah, it's not going to be ignored by the audience. That said, Zig does not have a fully polished, you know, dev onboarding experiences story. There is no, the ecosystem is not like the Rust ecosystem, for example. So when you make Zig content, you are kind of by definition targeting a somewhat already skilled audience that has a very strong interest in lower level programming, like an interest that it has to be strong enough to be able to compensate for, you know, the lack of a polished onboarding experience, as I was mentioning. So maybe a quote unquote random web dev today can be made to try out Rust and be interested in Rust because they will get a polished enough experience all the way to creating their first web server. But Zig is not there yet. So this stuff does have an impact, I think, for channels like Low Level TV, because those channels, they are designed, they kind of have to have a wider market appeal. To be fair, you can design your YouTube channel the way you want, right? You can make a YouTube channel that is designed to be appealing for like 5 people. You can totally do it. You could argue that that my YouTube channel, by virtue of not being, I don't put effort into trying to make it, maximally appealing to the largest possible YouTube audience. But at the same time, I'm not trying to be a professional YouTuber. I suspect that Low Level TV is more serious about this stuff than I am. So from that perspective, it makes total sense. It's rational, and like you could even say not really wrong. Even like even if you maybe are tempted to say, oh man, capitalism, whatever, influencers, they want to be a certain way, blah blah blah, whatever. Even if you count for that, it does make sense for somebody who wants to go full time, wants to be more serious doing YouTube and Twitch or whatever. It makes sense for them to target like a wider audience. So, long story short, I can promise you that the day Zig becomes more appealing, and it will, over time, Zig will become more appealing to a wider audience. And I can promise you that as that happens, channels like Low Level TV will feature more Zig content, and it will be quote unquote at the right time. In the meantime, I guess you're stuck with me. Sorry, no Low Level TV Zig content, but you have me. So if you want to ask questions, feel free, and I will be happy to answer them. Okay, so I haven't announced my stuff yet. So let me work on the announcement stuff. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Wait, are you serious? Why is my copy not working? Let's see. I'm brand new to low-level programming. What do you recommend as a learning project? Maybe an HTTP server. No, I would not recommend an HTTP server. It's not an inherently bad idea, and it can be interesting. But to get started, I would suggest not going there yet. I would suggest doing something in the CLI. So making some kind of CLI tool. Maybe you can copy one that already exists. Maybe you can make one yourself. Another thing that is very nice to learn about when doing lower level programming is writing parsers, which I know is super boring, or rather, not for everybody. Some people love that stuff. I never did. I always found writing parsers boring. But even if you're like me and you don't like, you're not in love with the idea of making your own language, I would still recommend doing parsers. So here's a couple suggestions. Rather, let's couple making a parser with having a structured learning experience that somebody has already packaged for you. So for example, one thing that you can do is you can do crafting interpreters, but you do it in Zig or C. I mean, you didn't say Zig, so let's say that you want to learn Zig or Rust. Then you can do this book, but you do it in your lower level programming language. Another one is, oh man, ray tracing in a weekend. So you do ray tracing in a weekend, and obviously ray tracing in a weekend, I mean, I guess technically you can do it in Python, but you don't want to do it in Python. It makes a lot more sense to do it in a systems programming ecosystem. So there's that. Another one, I did this one recently. Operating system in 1,000 lines. This one is more hardcore. Well, I mean, it's actually surprisingly simple and well made, but it is definitely more hardcore than crafting interpreters. Another one is, you could make a TUI application. So for example, this is my Twitch chat client. It's a TUI application for the terminal. The terminal is not like super interesting in all honesty. It's a very boring boomer technology. But it's the kind of tooling for developers like if you make something for yourself, it's kind of nice because you're opinionated and you have the opportunity to put like some real love into it. Because it's not just a toy thing, but you can make something that you're generally meant to like want to use. That's another idea. Once you've done a little bit of a few of these things, then maybe do consider an HTTP server. Here's another one: make a Tetris. I wouldn't suggest making a Tetris as your first thing, but after you've done these things and you gain some experience, then maybe doing a 2D graphics programming, a Tetris game. That's also an interesting learning experience, probably. Okay, let me span some more. Okay. So here's what I'm gonna do, I think. I am going to put a timer, make myself some tea. Hello, Karitam. Good afternoon to you as well. So I'm gonna make myself some tea, and then we can start, I guess. By the way, maybe somebody might be interested in knowing that. So for those who have watched the Lug and Crow Z Compiler Detective Agency stream, where we implemented a new built-in deprecated, I ended up submitting it as a proposal, and guess what? It got accepted with some changes. So it's not the exact same original design, but it was accepted. So once this gets implemented, you will be able to do after deprecated in your code. There are some implications that are different from the way we implemented it on stream and the way, let's say, I phrased the proposal originally. But yeah. Oh, so this whole discussion ended just with the last reply from Andrew. Okay. The proposal is for 0.15. Yeah, or rather, yes, it's put on the 0.15 milestone. But the way you should interpret this is this proposal is not scheduled for 0.14. Then whether it will be 0.15 or 16, that is undecided. Like the fact that it's on 0.15 doesn't mean that it's for 0.15. It's to maybe clarify the idea, because then it seems like I'm like there's some, I don't know, somebody's trying to be sneaky with stuff. The idea is this: milestones get created as we move forward. At some point, it's time to cut a release, and so you start being more serious about choosing which milestones, which issues you want to solve for 0.14, and which ones you don't consider critical, and so you want to postpone them and not make them part of your release, either because some are just straight up long term, some others are just maybe nice to have, but you don't have time because you want to cut a release soon. So what happens to those issues is that they get moved from the 0.14 milestone to the next one, to the 0.15. Once then time goes forward, stuff happens, some get implemented, some do not. The ones that are not implemented and remain in the 0.15 milestone, as the time to cut the 0.15 milestone comes around, then this triaging happens again. So an issue is selected, whether we want to make sure to include it in the upcoming release, or if it's fine to postpone it. If it's fine to postpone it, guess what? It will be moved to the 0.16 milestone. So this is what you're seeing right now. What you're seeing right now is that deprecated is in the non-0.14 milestone. There isn't only the 0.15. There's also, I think, a post 1.0 milestone. So let's look at all milestones. There's also okay, 0.16 was created already. But this is like, it doesn't say when it was created, but obviously this was not created like ages ago. You can see that there's like a 1.0. 1.0 has existed for a long time, and it's like it's for, yeah, we'll get to this probably eventually, but like not anywhere, not soon at all. This is like for the very far future. So that goes into 1.0. And then there's like even unplanned. So let's see, unplanned is Zig core team has no plans to tackle this issue. Community efforts are welcome. What makes something unplanned? Dubious problem statement, unverified bug, relates to an esoteric target or use case, unclear that a satisfactory resolution is achievable, does not block any release. Yeah, maybe somebody wants, support for some old CPU that is in some retro gaming consoles, and so it's not a bad idea necessarily, but it's also, like it's to some degree fluff. It's like it would be nice to have once you have all the basics, that like all the core stuff that we're still working on, so it goes in unplanned, which makes sense. But at the same time, if there is somebody from the community that really wants this and they're willing to do all the work, then obviously there is no reason to prevent them from doing so. And so this is why things go in unplanned. So this is kind of an idea. Long story short, deprecated is not scheduled for 0.14. That's the only real piece of information we have. Okay. I think I did everything. I just need to do just need to make tea for myself. I'll be right back before then 10 minutes. The idea is that we start the stream in 10 minutes. But yeah, so this got accepted. Check this out. Hello, everybody. Hey, thank you for the raid. Oh no, as usual, raid to the AFK stream, huh? Thank you, Demo Roy, for the raid. I hope the stream was fine. Hello, everybody. At least, you know what? Even if I wasn't here, you saw what the plan is in the daily agenda thing, right? So we're going to do some fuzzing stuff. If anybody here has never heard of fuzzing or has never done fuzzing, well, I'm not sure if the stream is going to be super interesting for you because it depends on whether we successfully upgrade the toolchain or not. But the topic should be of general interest for you. What do you think about this project, Ziggy Dust? I remember Ziggy Dust. I don't remember if that was always the organization that it was under. Was it always Spiral DB? Oh yeah, it was formerly Fulcrum Labs. Okay, so they like rebranded. Makes sense. What do you think about this? So I believe that this project is not being maintained and it does not work with latest Zig, but as a general project, it was really promising. So I guess the idea is this project is probably worth reviving and like fixing all the problems with it. That like all the things that this project was doing that wasn't like a good metaprogramming practice that regressed in your version of Zig. Like simplify some of this stuff, making it a little bit more explicit maybe. But then overall, I think it's a very cool project. So yeah. We were supposed to do a Zig Showtime episode on Ziggy Dust, but then I could never make it happen with the creators. So, yeah. So yeah, seems a cool project. Okay, so what are we doing today? Well, I'm drinking tea first and foremost. So let me go do some of that. And then second, long story short, I promised Toggle the other day that I would show him some fuzzing stuff in Zig. Good thing that I did not, that we were running out of time. So he said, if you can do it fast, then I will stay. And I said, no, you know what? I'm not confident that I will get it right first try. So let's just do it another time. And so yesterday night, I started trying to, dust off my old fuzzing demos and also try to upgrade things like they have improved in the Z compiler in the meantime. But apparently, the way things stand currently, it seems the fuzzing isn't working super well, and some of it is because something changed in the tool chain. So the problem is that AFL integrates with LLVM, and now there's a new version of LLVM, and that always messes things up. Like things become weird and complicated. So I guess we need to figure out what's going on. So let me think how I want to do this. Here's one thing that I started doing yesterday. In all your code base, we have a AFL ++ package. Add AFL scripts to build. Let's see what was in this one. Oh, AFL scripts. Oh, like system config. Oh yeah, that's actually cool. I do want system config. The other ones I don't care, but system config for sure. So, so I updated the dependency on AFL++ to newer AFL++, and that broke some things. So I fixed them locally. So right now I have a plethora of tabs. Should probably close some of them, huh? Oh my god. I'm a tab hoarder in case you haven't noticed. Whoops. What are we even looking at? Starting the loop. Oh, that was a demo thing. It's okay. Okay, I think we might want to keep these tabs here. Let's see. I also had one question for the Z Foundation. Why are you not using mkdocs or any open source markdown docs engine? Just like how Rust uses Gitbook. Or use Zine SSG for static generation. We do use Zine for the website. So the Zig website uses Zine. When it comes to, so what else does Rust use mkdocs for? The langref, for example, the Zig language reference, it's like it's a single page thing. So maybe that could use a different tooling. But honestly, given the simplicity of this thing, it doesn't really need more stuff. But again, because the design is like a single giant page with everything in it. So as long as the design is meant to be this, it doesn't really need anything else. Then you have like standard library documentation, but that's like automated doc generation from the language. So I believe the Rust also has its own custom thing. So website, yes, is Zine SSG. But so far, there is no other piece of content, like official piece of content that isn't langref, autodocs of the standard library, or a piece of content on the website, like this guide for the build system. So unless it's one, these are the only three things that Zig puts out. Yeah, that's the state of things currently. So as I was saying, AFL++, I was messing with, I'm going to reduce font size a little bit. I hope people will forgive me. But I was messing with this, and then if we remove Zig cache and we remove Zig out, and we do Zig build, then you can see that it builds a bunch of stuff. And it works. Can autodocs be used for Zig packages? Yeah, of course. I believe so. You can do like ZigDoc is a thing. Maybe docs. Oh no, it's Zig SCD. Okay. Huh. What? It opens the URL for me? What? I want to do the same also in Zine. What? I want the same in Zine. I want Zine also to open that tab. What the heck? The browser. What? I didn't know there was even a thing. Well, I mean, I guess it's like you just subcommand something. Like, I guess on macOS it's straight up open, right? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so so doing this thing that I just did in a package, I don't think works. Um, but I believe that in your build script, you can set up a step. Maybe that does the same. I'm not 100% sure. But regardless, you can 100% generate autodocs for other packages and put them somewhere. So for example, if we look at libvaxis, hello Panda Diestro, hello. So if we look at libvaxis, to do documentation, and guess what? It sends me to a autodoc build specific to this package. So yeah, it can be used. Okay, so for AFL++, as I was saying, we have stuff. I guess I need to git pull to the base, auto stash. Scripts step, install scripts, B, default step. Oh, this is done via default step. Depend on. Okay, so there's also some inconsistency there in how I did things as I was messing around. Okay, also AFL as apparently died. I don't know what AS is. Let's see, AFL as. Oh, wrapper for GNU as. I believe the GNU toolchain got fully deprecated in AFL++, so that's why it's gone. Okay, so we can take it out completely. Okay, so this script has some good things and some bad things. Let me see. What do I want to do next, I guess? Oh, also, this is going to be 31 now. Who uses version? Oh, we use version a lot, huh? Oh, we're putting version in the executable? What does that even do? Interesting, though. So here's the problem and what I was touching. Not file sources, not this guy. So these object files are under setup LVM tooling, but that's actually wrong. We need this freaking object file no matter what. And here I was doing get install step instead of doing default step, I guess. But also I don't want to do this. So I'll do this. Although this was also fine. Add install bin file. And we put it under lib. I think this is better as is. And it's fine to put it under setup LVM tooling, although that is not entirely correct because we don't want all the, yeah, okay. The problem is that those things are actually not LVM tooling. They don't even depend on the LVM stuff. Case in point, LVM C flags. Oh no, they do get mentioned in there. Target query is native. Oh man, that's also another good thing that people were asking me. So let me do some messaging because I need to tell people about this stuff. Okay. That is done. So, okay, for example, this one doesn't need anything specific. AFL Clang FLTO. This is based on enable LTO. Then what else is in there? LVM major, LVM minor, LVM version, binder, libder. Do you really need this shit to build the stupid object file? Really? Actually, there's one way for us to know for real. Here's what we can do. Hey, Lucas. Hello, hello. Here's what we can do. Ha 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 ha. AFL Orig is my checkout of the original AFL upstream. Let's pull. And now let me go check. So yeah, they completely nuked this poor guy. They added this. There's asanfuzz.h. asanfuzz.h, although it's under include, so we don't touch it directly. There's some Rust in here. What? Dictionaries. Okay. Hey, Lucas. Thank you. I don't know. There's it varies. I did put some effort into it, but the quality varies. I do plan to have like a second pass and make things nicer going forward. Or the reality is that as I was developing this whole ecosystem, I basically had this approach where, you know, I wanted to make progress with the static site generator, but then at some point I needed to improve the templating language. And so improving the templating language, basically at any point in time, some part of the ecosystem was the worst part, and so I would work on the worst part. So now basically everything is roughly in the same at the same level of quality. My plan going forward is to take the static site generator like as a whole, like Zine itself, improve it in quality more, and then at that point everything else will be significantly worse, in theory at least, and so I will have to make it better. But I also need fuzzing. I really need fuzzing. So that's gonna be my next thing. Do I? Yeah, I guess I do want to reanalyze Zine. So what was I saying? Let's take a look at what's inside AFL. What's it called? Compiler RT. What do they do in there? Because depending on what they depend on, like the point. Okay, sorry for people who might be confused about what I'm trying to achieve. Here's the problem. Right now, for you to be able to use to fuzz your Zig executables using AFL++ and in more specifically Zig AFL Kit, you need LLVM. You need to have a build of LLVM on your computer. I do not provide it. You have to make it yourself. If you're a Mac, for example, it's not the end of the world. It's literally just brew install LLVM at whatever, and you're good. And technically, also the same applies to AFL. Like you can get a built AFL toolchain also that way, but the idea is AFL is two things. One is the fuzzing runner. One is the code instrumentation side. Only the code instrumentation side relies on LLVM. The fuzzer, like the runner, the program that runs your program multiple times, that one doesn't depend on LLVM at all. Like it's just a normal program. It doesn't do any code instrumentation. So we can have the Zig compiler do code instrumentation, but we need to disentangle the dependencies for making this happen. Basically, we need to disentangle everything that we need away from the LLVM dependency, which seems doable. Maybe not. I see, for example, so we need this AFL compiler RTO file. Problem is, yeah, we need to see if we can make it work even without having this guy available, or like maybe we need to understand exactly what it is that it is depending on from this guy, and based on that we decide if this is something that we can do or not. Otherwise, if I cannot pull this off, it will mean that integrating with AFL++ will always require LLVM, which is super annoying. So, for example, this is annoying, but it seems required. Haiku. I mean, sure, but not super interesting. Can we skip the haiku part? Can I go to where haiku ends? Oh, haiku ends here. Okay, so this stuff is not conditional. String, case, string. Okay. AFL area initial, pointer dummy, pointer backup, dictionary, fuzz pointer, length dummy, blah, blah, blah. Old fork server. If it's defined AFL code coverage, something, something. This is where it ends. AFL connected. Shared memory fuzzing setup. Use a map. Whoops. So far, nothing seems to really depend at all on any of the LLVM stuff. AFL code coverage. Start fork server. If get m AFL for old fork server, blah, blah, blah. Phone home and tell the parent that we're okay. If the parent isn't there, assume we're not running in fork server mode and just execute program. Documentations. So I think we're getting like into as I assumed, this thing is not dependent on LVM pretty much at all. But there we go. But this is get env. This is not even branching on like definitions. Why is this file dependent on that config file? There doesn't seem to be a reason. So I'm getting tired of scrolling it and reading it because the more I read it, the more my conviction that it's not needed becomes stronger. Yeah. So the question is, well, what if this didn't work? What if what if we didn't do this? Would this break? So let me try this. I go into my Zig package and I'm going to say, you know what? Let's depend on the local checkout. Can we Zig build still? Oh my god, Zig build. Can we build? It looks so. So we built against our local checkout. Okay. Whoops. Whoops, did this not happen? Does this still work? No, you're joking. This should not be this fast. What are you talking about, man? What if I get this wrong? I give you a wrong path. Okay. I'm flabbergasted. Did he really not care at all? Let me, you know what? Let's reset the cache. You don't need to do this normally with Zig, but I'm really weirded out by how this is behaving. So let's really redo everything for real. Also, I can do this. I forgot. I actually implemented summary new, and I forgot that it exists. So, well, what happens if I then do this? Yeah, no. Do we actually build this stuff? So we build system config. Do we build these guys? We do LVM RT, LTO. Oh no, this is LT. This is compiler RT. Okay. Okay, so ZigFMT check success. I am so confused by what's going on here. What if I make it non-conditional? We were never including this fucking file in the first place. So there was really, so it turns out that no, we do define GNU C probably. Yeah, I guess that's what's happening. Either Zig or we are doing that in the build script. So that's also another possibility. Well, we do pass some of these flags, so okay. So we never even cared about that at all. So here's what I think. What I think is that we want to make building compiler RT not part of the LVM tooling, but we want to make it part of something else. So let's take a look at the steps that we have. So we have fuzz, hash, or map, blah blah blah. What are where are the run steps defined? FMT step, scripts step. Okay, we need to change some things. So b.step util libs LVM objects steps, LVM libs steps, LVM execs steps, and the exec steps, and then util libs. What are util libs? Dislocator, token cap, socket fuzz, argv fuzz, util libs, a slab. Okay. So okay, here's what I would say. Anything that depends on LVM needs to be made optional. So set up LVM tooling. This guy requires oh, these steps are part of the LVM tuning. They all do. And then we say default step depends on these guys. Yeah. No, we don't do that anymore. I guess we can do it like this. We can add a flag for it. Here we go. So the idea is by default, we don't do this. By default, running Zig build does not trigger this shit to run because we do not want to do this, but we need to take some stuff out because these objects, so I guess we can take this out and we can move it up top, I guess. Instrumentation object steps. And then here we're doing what? Depends on fail step. I guess I could maybe keep this LVM stuff here for objects. Is there any objects that really depend on any of this stuff? What are the object ones? Object LVM object names. LVM RT, compiler RT, and then LVM RT. Let's take a look at LVM RT. I mean, that one probably does need this kind of stuff, huh? Oh man, this is fucking it. Look, this guy also does not depend on any LVM presence. So yeah, this was basically a misconception in the original thing. So let's rename this to inst obj names. And we take this whole thing out. This, by the way, makes me also curious about the libs ones. Do the libs actually depend on this stuff? I'm not even sure at this point. So we will want to replicate some of this logic because we want our flags to not have any of this stuff. But I guess it was up to here, right? Okay, so this is going to be instrumentation C flags, exe C flags. Fine, 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 fine. Maybe, maybe, maybe. Those seem fine so far. No need for this. Tokenized scalar. No need for any of this. Lib path flag. That's fine. That's fine. I think we don't even care about any of this. Enable LTO. Oh, it's an option defined in here. Enable LTO. I guess we want to pass it in. Actually, I think we had a bunch of options at the top. So put that here. Remove this one. We don't care about the C++ flags because we're only building C files. So this can go to hell. For instruction object names, blah, blah, blah. Put there some C flags. Add C source file, file from the upstream. Add include path. Oh, I'm going to also include path, huh? Link libc, and then we do this. Like this. Problem that remains is that we're invoking this the wrong way. Optimized version. Enable LTO. Let's see what else is wrong. Unused local constant. Instruction object step. Oh, right. Yeah, do we even need an instruction object step? Instrumentation object step? I don't think we even need that one. CCXZ, AFLCC depends on this. That's fine. You don't need to depend anymore. Although, you know what? No, let's do it. Let's keep it. It's not a bad idea. Let's do like this. Inst ob.js step. And then b.default step. Use an identifier LVM objects step. Although it's in a function that doesn't know anything about this thing. Okay, let me think about it. So building CC definitely does not depend on this thing. So let's take it out. Actually, I've changed my mind because if I put these things under a step, then accessing it from other build scripts is going to be a freaking nightmare. So no, change my mind one last time. We're doing the default step thing. There we go. Let's see what the next problem is. 609. This guy also thinks it depends on that. Does it though? AFL, no, I don't think it does. I don't think it really does. Let's see. Pointer bit width. Unused local constant. Where the heck was this used? In creating a name? Pointer bit width? I guess it was used in some of the lines that I deleted. Okay, we have some errors. Fine. FLRE source, yeah, because it's not in there, but it's under instrumentation. We succeeded. Okay, so in theory, we built everything. So let's refresh Zig out and let's see what it looks like after a new build. Bin has all the binaries that we expect. Yep, including scripts. And then in lib, we have some of this stuff. And we don't have... None of this depends on LVM. I could have no LVM and it would work. Which I think is great. So let's do Zig build -h. If we want the LVM stuff, we need to pass project specific options, dynamic optimize, use Z, the LVM. Enable generating artifacts that depend on a build copy of LVM. So you do -the LVM, and now it pumps out all the other stuff that actually depends on LVM. In all honesty, I'm not even sure these guys really do all depend on LVM. Some certainly do, but I haven't fully triaged if really all of them do depend on LVM. But the reality is that we don't need any of these other things, I think. I might be wrong, but I believe that we don't need them. So let's reset Zig out. Let's build, but without LVM. And then let's see what happens. I may be wrong. Maybe some of these shared object things need to exist, need to be there. for maybe AFL fuzz to work. I'm not sure. Actually, you know, we could. It's easy to check this out. Let's go in bin, and then let's say, okay, the one that we really care about. Okay, AFL system config is useful, but I don't think depends on anything. And in fact, it's not even an object file. It's probably a script. Then AFL fuzz. So this guy depends on libz and libsystem. Does not depend on any weirdo shared object file. What about AFL analyze? Same. So can I do multiple files all at once? Oh, YOLO. So the ones that do depend on stuff, they don't seem to depend on anything weird. Also, wait a second. I might be doing something wrong because I might be doing on the system-wide ones. Let me do it on the local ones just to be sure. Yeah, because I also have the AFL installed system-wide through brew. Okay, so // to ensure that it's the ones in my directory, and yeah, they all seem good. So what happens if I run AFL fuzz? Let's see, compile without AFL persistent record support, compile with schmat support, compile with _debug, right? We did do debug because we didn't do, maybe we should do this. We should do, actually modern release fast is release safe, I guess. Maybe that does not make much of a difference, I guess. Yeah, it did make some difference. It doesn't have the debug stuff anymore. Compile without AFL persistent record support. I don't know how important it is. What about the official AFL fuzz? Compile without Python module support, while the official one has Python 3.13 support. Yeah, I don't think we care. I don't want to run my mutators in fucking Python, man. So this seems fine. Okay, so what do we want to do next? Next I have a a test project here where I'm trying to fuzz everything, where I'm trying to build. So I have this project that it's not even, oh my god, it's not even like a repo in reality. God damn it. Let's do git init just so that it can be a repo. Okay. Oh, much better. Let me ignore more stuff. Do I really want to do this? I think I do. Yeah, but I don't think that's persistent mode. Persistent record, I don't think is persistent mode. And I'm pretty sure that I already used in the past this stuff in persistent mode. But you know what? Let's look at the one that we checked out. Let's look at the GNU make file and let's see what it says under persistent. Mode. I think persistent mode is kind of present by design. I don't think that's something that you can turn off. Like you can not use it when creating a fuzzing executable, but the runner cannot even be built without support for it, which makes sense. Okay, so I have my fuzzing thing where basically works like this: like root has a password. Can you find me? Let's also add another one. If len equals I don't know 42, then we assert. Actually, let's make len something smaller so that we can, let's say that it's 4. So we have a couple crashes in here. We have a password based one and a input length based one. Then we want to build this. We're having some trouble. I think the integration in AFL expected type bool found const. Oh, I'm dumb. Okay, so we built. Let's double check one thing. So our dependency on AFL kit is the local one, and AFL kit is dependent on local AFL++. So everything is local. Okay, so we were saying we built. Now, if I use AFL fuzz that I got myself, and I try to fuzz this executable here, it is finding crashes a lot, most of which are useless, I think. It's going pretty slow also, which is weird. This should be faster, I think. Let's remove the super easy crash. Okay, now it's not finding crashes. But it doesn't seem to be making any progress. Stage progress havoc. Strategy explore. Yeah, does not seem to be going super well. But if I use the fuzzer one that not the one that I built myself, but the one that they have, this guy goes faster. This guy goes definitely faster. Although it does not seem to be making much progress. Fast bitmap. Okay, my build script here, I have no, in AFL kit, I have So what can I do here? Here's what I want to do. In my build script, what if I don't put this guy to true? What happens now? Still doesn't seem to be making any progress. Okay, here's my suspicion. Here's what's going on. I'm suspecting that the machinery that allows me to make progress, fuzzing progress, when fuzzing, like quote unquote, when searching for a password, doesn't properly get handled by Zig. I think that we're still generating an executable that doesn't do that stuff correctly. How can I double check this? Oh, what if it was this? What if I needed to enable both? Can I even do this? Is that even a thing? I'm not sure if what I'm doing makes sense or not. I'm gonna, I guess, replicate everything just for completeness, but I might be doing something useless or dumb. Let's see. Yeah, we're not making much progress, huh? See what it says here. New fork server model v1 is up. Speeding up the fork server. Think about initializing the fork server. Okay, so the old fork server stuff was never okay. Just checking. I never used it in the past, but okay. So I suspect that my tuning is all working except some detail about the instrumentation. Hello, any streams with Andrew planned? So Andrew basically has moved, and he doesn't have like stable internet connection, a stable internet connection to his computer. And by stable, I mean he's on Wi-Fi, which it's obviously fine for normal development tasks. But if you want to stream, you kind of need something better than Wi-Fi. Also, last I heard, he would experience semi-regular Linux moments with this Wi-Fi driver. So he just needs basically to pull a Ethernet cable to his computer, but 3D space and all the connected problems. So he's working on it. Once he figures that out, he's gonna be back online. The Starlink, yeah. He needs a Starlink from his upstairs office to his downstairs router. So I think that I don't think I did anything bad when it comes to other stuff. I think something is bought in some detail in Zig. Exactly where and how, I don't know. But I think that's what's going on. So here's what we can do. Let's go mess with std.mem. And let's set it to false. And let's see where is this used. In equal and equal bytes, which in our case is equal. So let's see, in comp time, and size of t is different than 0 and has unique representation, and equal bytes allowed calls equal bytes. Otherwise calls the slow version. I'm starting to understand what's going on here. I think I'm starting to understand what's going on. So let's see how this version works. This in theory should not have changed anything because I did change the Zig standard library, but that value should already have been set to that run FLCC. Fuck. We were instrumenting all along using AFLCC, huh? Right. I'm dumb. I forgot. Okay, you know what? Let me try this. I forgot where I was, how I left things inside AFL kit. So I was instrumenting with the official AFLCC. Let me try with my AFLCC, the one that I built myself. Let's see how that goes. That crashes Clang somehow, which I find surprising. Okay, so that has not changed. So there's something funky there, but that in any case, that's not what we care about. What we care about is having Zig do the instrumentation. Let's go have Zig do the instrumentation. Oh, that probably explains a bunch of things, huh? Yeah. And I think that now we're making progress, actually. Yep. It is finding the password. It is now finding the password. I have a question. Any RSS readers for Linux you recommend? Sorry, I don't know any. Let's see. Love to see more of him. It sucks. All the Vimeo videos got deleted. It was educational to watch those. Yeah. That's the downside of not using YouTube, I guess. So this is kind of working, but also there's something weirding me out. Why is this guy not making progress past can Y? After can Y, it stops making progress. Like, what is it that's making it just not understand how to proceed after that? It used to like figure this stuff out very fast. Why is this now not working? And I know that we're not fuzzing super fast because these are rookie numbers. That's macOS being slow. On Linux, you get better numbers than this. But even in my Linux virtual machine on the same computer. But why are we not making any progress? That really weirds me out. Why are we not making any progress past that? And the thing is, it found stuff instantly, and then it stopped. Strategy explore. What about my AFL++? How does that one work? Oh, that one too instantly finds stuff. Now trying Havoc. But it's not making any progress. What was the other one doing? Same. It always finds 3 edges right away, which is what it should be doing. Like it's correct for it to find this stuff. So here's what I'm gonna do. What if are the optimizations the problem here? What if this stuff gets optimized too much? So yeah, let's build a debug build. Nothing really seems to have changed, huh? It always figures out these 4 letters and then stops. That is so weird and problematic. By the way, for the people watching, okay, sorry for the... I'm busy doing my stuff as usual. But if you have any Zig question, feel free to ask in chat. I'm happy to chat about everything. If you have code that you want me to look at, I can do that up to some level of complexity, of course. But if you have you're getting started with Zig and you have questions and you're curious, please feel free to ask. That's the point of these streams. Also, for those who are interested, later today, I'm gonna stream with Abner Coimbra. So he's working on a terminal emulator called Terminal Click, and he is programming it in C, but he is Zig curious. So that's how we like to say it. So by the way, let me tell you about the Zig curious meme briefly. The Zig curious meme started at Handmade Seattle, where we had there was a conference, and after the conference, we rented a meeting room at the hotel that we were staying. We, as in Andrew, me, and a few other Zig people that were attending the conference together. And so we rented this room, and we basically had a unofficial Zig meetup after the conference was over. And so we publicized the conference, in the conference social, in the chat rooms. We said, if anybody wants to come to this unofficial event where we are doing Zig, feel free to join us. The way we are located here, ask in the reception where to go. Ask at the reception. Well, ask to the receptionists where to go. They will lead you here. And then when you enter the room, please say out loud, "Hi, my name is X, and I'm Zig Curious." So that's how the meme started. People actually did that. It was pretty funny. Apparently, somebody also kind of got confused, and so they went to the reception and they told the receptionist that they were Zig Curious. Yeah, that also happened. That was also pretty funny. Question: how good is the Zig code at Ghosty, and have you looked at the Bun Zig code? I have not looked much at either code base. I have looked at the libxcv code base. So libxcv is part of Ghosty, but it is its own standalone project, and I've seen that code, and it seems pretty well made. So I would assume that the rest of Ghosty is the same. libxcv is not perfect because the parts of libxcv is kind of like an alternative to libuv, so it's like an event loop basically. And it's not perfect because the parts of it that are actively used by Ghosty are more polished than the parts that are not used by Ghosty. For example, since this is an event loop, you can use it to do, for example, UDP. You can send UDP packets with this, but Ghosty doesn't send UDP packets. It's a terminal emulator. So that part, it's not exactly as clean as it could be. But at the same time, it's not like Mitchell is not telling you. He does tell you. He does tell you it's unstable, alpha-ish quality. I would say even that it's better than this. It's better than what Mitchell said describes it at, or at least based on my sensibilities, I guess. So for Bun, I haven't seen much of the code base either. The only thing that I know about Bun is that they are very interested in optimization. So I would guess the Bun code base is probably filled with comp time checks and comp time code. So that's the only thing I guess I could guess about the Bun code base. Folks like Mitchell and Andrew are like code machines. I wonder how much they ship. How much they ship. I guess how they ship so much code all the time. Yeah, I don't know. Good question. I don't know. Did our fuzzer in the meantime make any progress? No, it's so weird. This is so weird, right? The fuzzer is able to make some progress and then freaking dies. Kind of insane if you think about it. kind of insane. Yeah, if you want to see the next level code machine, like one level above everybody that I know of, yeah, look at Jacob. Jacob Lee is also another insane code machine. How do you know it's not making progress? Because when it makes progress, I can see in the queue of things to try out. Like you can see how it started. So the program is this one, right? The problem is this one. There's this password. Sorry, let me restart this thing so that it's the latest version. There's this password. Can you find me? And our program only crashes if literally the input, well, a prefix of the input is can you find me? And you can see in the queue of things to try out that it started with div because I put a stupid div thing as a starting input example. For no reason. Like I gave it a random shitty starting point because it doesn't matter. So it fairly quickly figures out that C gets you further along into the string comparison. Then it figures out A, then it figures out N, then it figures out Y, and it's literally figuring out, can you find me letter by letter? Because the way in which we are compiling, we are making the string comparison very inefficient, and we are allowing the fuzzer to observe the branching on every single byte. But somehow it gets here and then it stops. And keep in mind that it got here in an instant, like the first, like maybe even, well, not the first 5 iterations, but like the first 100 iterations, 1,000 iterations got it here, which it's like, it took it less than a second to get there, but then it stops, and it shouldn't. It should be able to continue making progress down that path, but somehow it's failing. And I don't know why. I don't know why it's failing. So something is borked here. I don't know what, but something is borked. It's also borked in a weird way. It's also borked in a really weird way. Also, our AFLCC causes LVM to crash. That's also weird. And I don't know what we did wrong with our AFLCC. Maybe it's a UB thing. I don't know. But at the end of the day, I don't even care because I don't care about us building the LVM tooling, the instrumentation tooling. I want to use Zig. So somehow it seems that using Zig just does not work. Wait a second. Something doesn't smell right. Oh no, we do get a meter bin here. Okay, so that's fair. Smart move by me. Maybe it's our AFL compiler RT being built wrongly. So maybe I should try the one that I have from Brew. Should I use this compiler RT? I don't know, maybe? There's also AFL compiler RT32 and compiler RT64. There's also sanitizer coverage PC guard SO. What do we build here? Compiler T64. I'm confused. Okay, let's do this. Let's copy compiler TO to home/zigafl kit. Let's do the same with 32.1. Let's do the same with the 64.1. We have all of them now. But I can't do add object that way. I can do add C source file. Will this work? Let me fail this to see it fail. Okay. This does not seem to be it though. Let's use the 64.1. That was it with a dash. Yeah. Same problem as before. Finds 3 edges and then stops. So what I'm wondering now is that could it be that it's an artifact of how I defined my test. Let's make this test more explicit. Immediately finds 3 things and then stops. Huh. This is a weird regression that I really do not understand. And then we start timing out. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. Our AFL compiler RT is probably not bad. So that one is probably fine. We don't need any other one. Unless we need to do something to this guy as well, but I don't get it. By the way, I'm trying things at random. I don't think what I'm doing makes much sense, but just to try. Is there any other flag that I'm forgetting? Also, what about their AFL fuzz? Any difference? No. Okay. Other flags that I might be forgetting. P strategy. Target input format, text or binary. I guess we can change this to text. Enable CMP log by specifying a binary compiled for it. Huh. Fuzzing behavior setting. Fuzz without instrumentation. No. Dictionary. Okay, so we want, I guess the only thing that makes any sense is like passing type. Warning, parameters D and D are deprecated. A new enhanced deterministic fuzzing is active by default. To disable it, use Z. Yeah, there is no D flag in here, is there? I had it in my command line from the past. Why is it even... Why was it not complaining though? Null reference. Wait, a text causes a null reference? What? So this way of invoking it, dash D, isn't a problem. Pass dash A, null reference. Well, quotes should change nothing. There's like also this style of doing things, but that shouldn't be it. It's still complaining about D. Previously, wait, was it? Maybe it was complaining about D also previously, and I never noticed. Oh yeah, I was complaining about D already. Okay, so never mind. The D complaint is real. Can I do it right away. Just a null reference. A straight up null reference. Good job. Oh, wait. I think we found this. I think this might be wrong. I think, okay, you know what? We would need Jacob Lee to know this for real, but I think this is the key. The key is that this bitmap range stuff I think is wrong. I think this is showing that we have issues with our instrumentation. What exactly, how, when, I'm not sure. Because I don't remember this stuff, but I think this is the cause. Yeah, no, that's not what it is. It's something different. It's something different. Let me think how to test this hypothesis. To test this hypothesis, I will want to generate a fuzzing executable using AFL. Let's basically recreate the same program, but in C. And let's use AFL. Let's see if they have like a tutorial on the website, like tutorial. Fuzzing 101. Come on, man. Just give me something trivial. God damn it. Like I want a hello world. Build and install documentation. Fuzzing in depth. Yeah, but they don't have a freaking example of how to use their stupid macros, huh? This guy also doesn't have an hello world. Why would it? There we go. Freaking C++, of course. Only the exercise 2. Dog here. The C world is doomed. Like they are doomed. They're like they are feigning to make simple stuff easy, and that's gonna be what's gonna fucking kill them. There we go. Finally. So we want AF alphas in it. Okay, I'm gonna copy this whole thing. There we go. source slash, I don't know, let's call it root.c. Okay, there's this macro here. All this stuff is fine. AFL init, AFL loop, whatever. File, open file, unable to open file. No. Okay, I think we want this. Oh, actually, no, we wanted some stuff that I failed. We want a bytes read into the buffer. Okay. No, this is fread into buffer size of char, max buffer size file, close the file, check if the file was read successfully, print file contents. AFL fuzz test case buff. How do I know the length of it? I guess I need to take a look at my code. The problem is that in my case, all the macros have been expanded, so everything looks weird. Where do I get the length? There's something called AFL fuzz len, which comes from reading. Oh, AFL fuzz test case len. That's how you do it. Where's the AFL fuzz test case len? They don't use it in this example. My fucking god. Yeah, that's what we do. Okay, how does C work? Char star password equals, can you find me? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So if len lower than 12, return 0. And then we do, I guess, a for loop. Actually, this is not a return 0. This is a loop again. So this is a continue. So if password I is different than buff I, continue. Oh, how do you continue an outer loop in C? This is quickly becoming a C moment. How do I continue the outer loop, not the for loop? Go to. Okay. Like this. Missing curly brace. I think this is how it's supposed to be. Undeclare function read. Pointing at the macro. Fread? What? Oh, I probably have some other imports in here. I don't know. I'm going to import all this stuff. Okay. This is blowing my mind. So we are experiencing the same behavior also in a pure C implementation entirely based on their stuff. And it even says 5 bits for them. Stack Overflow suggests at the end of the while body to put continue outer loop. I see. So I was thinking that we must have messed something up, but we might not have messed anything up. We might not have messed anything up. Maybe they regressed something on their end. I mean, what the heck? Let's make a number version. Okay, I'm gonna need help, people. I think I need uni std. So int, what is it? How do you do this? Hey, Amalog. I'm your podcast. Well, here's what your here's what your podcast is gonna tell you. I am trying to update the AFL toolchain to Zig 014 and LVM 19, and I thought that something was broken on our side because the simple find this password example fuzzing program doesn't work, or rather, it finds instantly the first 3-4 letters and then it stops. It can't make any progress past that. And I thought it was us somehow bungling something somewhere. But now I'm using the new version. Also, by the way, AFL itself has been updated because the old one doesn't work with LVM 19 anymore. So everything has to be updated. And now I'm trying. So the version that I can get from Brew, so not the one that we build ourselves, but the one that you can find out in the wild, like built using their stuff. And I'm writing the programs in C, and I'm having trouble, and I'm basically reproducing the same problem exactly the same way. So even a pure C program compiled by their toolchain, so no Zig anywhere in the mix at any point, exhibits the same problem. First 3-4 letters get found instantly, and then the fuzzer, I don't know, stops trying or something. Now I'm testing the hypothesis that maybe this has to do with persistent mode. So I'm going to try to make an executable without persistent mode, which will require me to read from standard input in C. So good luck to me. But yeah, that's it. Okay, so how we do this? I want a buffer. A buffer is going to be what? Char? I don't know, 1024 buff. Brackets are not allowed there. Is it char buff 1024? Why is this language like this? Why is the type? Why is some of my type on the left and some of my type on the right? What are they doing? And then we do read. So we want standard input, that's 0, I believe. And then we want to read into buff. We don't take a pointer because apparently arrays implicitly become pointers, obviously. And then size t, which is going to be the number, the length of this buffer, right? Because the type system threw this information in the bin, so we need to re-offer it to the function. Okay, so we read something, and we need to know how much we read. So it's going to be int len. And then we do type system still has this info. I see. But then why can't read figure it out? Like even if I call something like more high level, I don't know, f read or something, it still has the same problem, right? In any case. Oh, okay. So I call size of macros. So then we need to do the comparison basically, which is going to be like the other file, right? Nothing at this point should change. But in this case, there is no loop. So we do everything right away. Okay. So with this, we should have the same program, I guess. I guess we can build it ourselves. Mode LVM PC guard. Yeah, you can see color has changed. So can you find me? Crashes it. Otherwise, it succeed. Perfect. So it's even in this mode, nothing changes. Yeah, it really seems that something has regressed in the way instrumentation happens, like real hard on LVM's side. Should I update my LVM? I don't know. Is there an update? Time to install now my entire suite. No, already installed. So nothing is newer than that. Is there any update regarding coroutines async lately? Is it expected for 0.15 or there is a risk of it being postponed for further? I would say there is a guarantee of it being postponed further. The latest news is that I believe PRO has been scheduled to be removed from the language. So it actually bodes well for async because I believe that there would have been other resolutions of the result location semantics versus PRO stuff. And this is one resolution that doesn't prevent async from existing. So yeah, it's nowhere, it's not a priority, nowhere near that. But it's not out of the cards. It's not off the table. I've dug into Swift's JSON encoding, decoding, and mind-blown emoji. For example, writing the indents for printing the JSON has case 0 through 10, which with hardcode the strings of varying length of spaces to copy into the output buffer. Maybe they do that for performance. I don't know. I wonder if jumping outside the while loop with go to makes a difference from continue. I don't know, but I can't. Well, I guess I can do the label thing that you were describing earlier, but I don't know. PRO pill type resolution? No, that would be PTR, I guess. PRO is parameter reference optimization. Is a thing where previously, well, also currently, if you pass an argument by value in Zig, it could implicitly be passed by reference by the compiler. So your semantics are still like value semantics when you program, but then internally would turn into a pointer, and that is going away because there's like soundness problems with it. So here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that somebody messed up. Somebody messed up. Here's the funny thing. Now I'm curious. Here's what I'm gonna try now. Git status, there's a bunch of changes. So git checkout branch the Zig 014 underscore AFL 4.31 C. So that's the branch basically where I'm updating to these all these things. So I'm gonna commit. I'm gonna push. I'm gonna leave this stuff in a branch. Then git switch main. We pull. Main is still the old version. Let's refresh Zig out. So we have what we have in here that's interesting is old AFL fuzz. Let's see how old AFL fuzz deals with this stuff. I think this might have something to do with the progress making. Look at how it's trying a bunch of different things. It's trying Havoc, Splice. Can you make progress past that though? Oh my god, it just cannot make progress past that, huh? Can it? So now we're stuck here. Okay, this is making me think that it's really an instrumentation problem. So here's what we're gonna do for funsies. Brew install LVM at 18. Actually, I might still have it. No, we're downloading it. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm basically gonna give LVM 18 for simplicity. Like, let's get rid of LVM 19 for now. Bro, you can't still give me LVM config 19 though. I have like LVM 19 in my stuff. No. I have just the quote unquote default LVM. Why am I getting? Let's go one level deep. No, going one level deep does nothing. God damn it. Why do I still keep LVM 19 if I have uninstalled it? Did I need to run another command to put back? Oh. How about you make it not keg only? How about you put this under LLVM? Refusing to uninstall because it is required by EFL++ and LLD, which are currently installed. Okay. Goodbye to these guys. Oh, see, this still doesn't give me that. I see. So LVM is literally what is currently considered the latest version of LVM. That is what I get under there. So I need to do LVM at 18 if I want LVM at 18. Relink it. There is no mention of relink. Brew link. I see. So I uninstall LVM. Thank you. Okay, so now I have LVM 18. Okay, let's see if I can invoke this AFLCC to build my C examples. Clang segfaults. Clang 18 segfaulted. Ah, man. Okay, let's change also this. We're building everything with Zig 013. Now it doesn't crash anymore. So we built an AFLCC that actually works. And it's still getting stuck there. That's crazy. This is really weird. Yeah, fuzzing on macOS is kind of slow. Let's look at this project. So how did this guy work? BC step and then called AFL clang fast, AFLCC, AFL path. Okay, let's see how this one goes. Error file not found. Oh, okay. It's brutal. AFL path, okay. Okay. How does frog work? This is the dump version. Oh, this was reading only 12 bytes. Maybe that's what we should do. Maybe we should read less. This example was reading precisely 12 bytes. $13 bits. Very slow. Found 2 new edges. So this, what we're experiencing here, is expected. Because for this to work, I need to go in here. I need to go in I need to go in std.mem. Set this to false. And then build. Yeah, and now it works. It's finding the password. It's making progress. Every time that number changes, it has figured out another byte of the password. it's 12 characters, right? So when it goes to I don't know, 11, 12, 13, there might be some off by one stuff going on, but once it gets there, you will see that it will have found one crash. Summary, I don't know. So summary, I rebuilt the old toolchain and it's working. The new toolchain crashes Clang, but not our code. It's like AFLCC crashes Clang, and even if we there we go, it found. So it was a 10 that it found crashes. I don't know. Okay, so here's what I'm curious now. Now here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go back to my fuzz new example. And I'm gonna build it with the current stuff. And I want to see if this is still gonna be the same problem or not. Well, no, actually, you know what? No, it doesn't matter. Wait. I think I get it. So root.zig. We don't have the ability to read less. Okay, what I want to change is root slow. Let's make it small. 12 bytes. Is this gonna make a difference? I guess it's time to see if this is gonna make a difference. -0, I guess. Is this making a difference? So what I'm thinking, what I'm understanding basically is that there must be some condition that makes the other example work that is not respected here. How exactly? I don't know. It's not something to do with our toolchain. So overall, here's my conclusion. My conclusion is that we don't have any terrible issue with our toolchain except AFLCC having regressed somehow. So we don't build it correctly anymore, or because our AFLCC crashes Clang, and I don't know why. There might be some, fun C++ thing. So that's fine. But I am weirded out by the fact that this does not work as expected. It is really, I don't know, disappointing. So here's what I want to do now. Let's try a less synthetic example. So I'm gonna go back and update everything to new Zig, new AFL. So I'm gonna switch branches and like restore my system in to the state that it had before I downgraded everything. And now I'm gonna go and do some fuzzing of like my projects with like with real parsers. And here's what I want to do. I have a bug report that shows that there is probably a bug in the script parser. But I'm curious to also introduce some bug myself and see if that gets detected. Because maybe, maybe this specific example is a little bit synthetic. It should work. The fact that it doesn't work is weird. But yeah, let's see how it fares with a more normal project. So let's restore the state of everything. AFL++. So everything is like this. Git switch to this guy. Not this. Give me the source code. Latest release, copy the tarball. Copy link address. I don't remember the name. I was going to complain. Yeah. What do we call it? AFL++. Okay. Is the devlog on ziglang.org done with Zin too? Yes. I want to add a devlog to the flow control website too. If it's in Zin, I'll seal it. Yep. It's somewhat standard pattern. The idea is that you shard it by year so that at some point you have some reset and not a endlessly growing single page. You link by default your main page links to the latest one. So that's like an adjustment that you have to do yourself manually once a year. And then you basically move the old one to an archive page. So once you have this bit of setup done, then yeah, you're good to go. And you can copy the same you can copy everything basically from the Zig website. There is only one thing that is a little bit janky that actually you can personalize depending on your sensibilities. Right now, they use as unique identifiers for an entry a date, which also shows up on the. They use as unique IDs the date. The cool part of this approach is that, well, yeah, they generate something unique. The bad part is that the entry does not show the date. So we could basically manually modify those entries to also add a date part, but it would have been nice to be able to automate this part, but I haven't figured out how to do that yet, because if we were to automate that in a naive way, the date would go above the title, and that maybe doesn't seem super desirable. So long story short, you need to fuzz with it a little bit to understand what is a good design that you like. And then if you find something like some limitation that you don't like, you can chat with me and I'll either explain to you why the limitation is there, workarounds if they are possible, etc. I see. That sounds great. Archiving devlogs by release is actually a pretty nice strategy. I never thought of it, but it makes perfect sense. if you have a frequent, if you write them frequently, then it makes total sense. Also, if you then hook up some kind of Discord bot to it, then you automatically get posting on Discord. Instead of doing, a Discord first workflow, which is convenient, but obviously, it's only local to Discord. I have a doubt. I wrote a simple code in C. If I do Zig translate C, will I get any performance boost? ? Darsh. No. Don't run Zig translate C on C code. Do this. Do Zig run. Let's say that your thing is called main.c. Do Zig run main.c or do Zig build exe main.c. Translate C is only used for header files. So, yeah. Okay, so what are we doing in this branch? I guess I published it. I guess I want to push the changes. I'm gonna keep this locally. What is translate C used for then? I told you, header files. For translating header files. So that you can use in Zig definitions contained in header files, like a type definition, a struct definition, a function signature, so that you can link against C code that exposes certain functions or exposes certain symbols and definitions, and then you can use them correctly and have type checking work and all that stuff. But Zig doesn't need to translate C code. Zig can compile C code starting from its original form. It's actually wrong to use translate C on a .c file. There is no reason to do it. Like, there is literally no reason to do it. Hey, Johnny. Hello, hello. Okay, so we have latest LLVM, latest Zig. We are in the correct branch of AFL++. Our Zig AFL, actually, let's commit. So we have this, and then we have Zig AFL kit correctly. Well, I think Zig AFL kit is fine. Okay, what do we want to do next? What was the plan? The plan was to use this stuff in a real world project, right? Because we have a real bug that was offered us. So C code is valid Zig code? No. Why? Okay, Andrew, this answer, while absolutely correct, I think is going to cause more confusion. No, C code is not valid Zig code, but the Zig compiler can compile both. If you give the Zig compiler a .c file, then Zig will recognize that it's a C file and compile it as a C file. If you give it a .zig file, it will recognize it and compile it as a Zig file. If you give the Zig compiler a .s file, it will recognize that it's an assembly file and it will compile it as assembly. So the Zig compiler supports multiple file formats. The reason why these things can interoperate has to do with the C compilation model. So you need to look into, search what the C compilation model is, search what is a compilation unit, search what is an object file. And when you read all this content, you will understand how these things can all work together. Yep, it's an all-rounder. Correct. And this is done because this way, if your project has some C dependencies, then the Z compiler can compile those too. And you don't need to depend on another compiler on another tool chain. Like you can do everything all at once. So, okay, let's drop fuzz new for now. Let's forget about the old example. Say goodbye to bash. We don't care about this anymore. We don't care about this anymore. Huh. Okay, let's go. So we go in scripty. Let's see. Zig build dash H, what were our options? There's a fuzzing option. So let's try to revive the fuzzing toolchain part of scripty. General options, project specific options, defuzz, generate an executable for FL++ persistent mode plus extra tooling. Yeah. Defuzz. Let's go, errors everywhere. Okay, our fuzz stuff is really old. Okay, so so now we have an AFLCC that causes crashes. Unfortunately, so let's switch to native Zig instrumentation. So we go into Zig. We go into the zone file. We change this to path equals the local checkout of Zig AFL kit. Where did we leave things at in our build.zig file? Tons of garbage in here, but none of it should hurt us. And then we do a emit bean. Okay, so this should be fine. Defuzz. Instrumented Z has changed signature. Fair. I think it's here. Okay, so in theory, we built everything, including all the FL++ toolchain, including this trash. We shouldn't build this trash, but it's fine. Actually, wait, maybe it's there from before. Let's clean Zig out. Wait, what? Defuzz? Where's the FL++ toolchain stuff? Did I... Scriptifuzz, AFL object. Oh, it was this. I think it was this that was causing no field member function name depend on in build lazy path. Right, because now it's a lazy path. So what do we make this depend on? I'm depending on the wrong sheet. I am probably. Okay, wait, how do you get all these other stuff to build? All the intermittent Z depend on B. I guess I don't do that anymore. Whatever, it's fine. So 3 Zig out. So we have scripty fuzz AFL. So if I do AFL plus Zig out being AFL fuzz dash input corpus dash output out Zig out being scripty fuzz AFL. What's called cases. Can I pass in some actual cases that I have somewhere? I mean, it is doing things. It is seemingly finding crashes. So in theory, it's working. So we're finding crashes. That is interesting. So let's see what those crashes are, I guess. Page F is a crash. This is a crash. So apparently something that leaves an open parenthesis and doesn't close the parenthesis is a crash. So it is actually working. It's doing a good job. It's slow as fuck. But it is making progress. So what are those cases? Cases are basically a list of starting examples that are like meaningful. So the idea is this. Let's say that you have a shitty fuzzing setup where you don't have instrumentation and the fuzzer is going in blind. So the fuzzer doesn't know anything about what's going on in your program. So if you provide good input examples, then using techniques like genetic programming techniques like mutating the input, flipping bits here and there, splicing examples together, it has at least some chance of coming up with an input that stresses your parser in meaningful ways. If you have proper instrumentation and you have built your executable correctly, that should be absolutely meaningless, at least in my experience, because basically the fuzzer not only can see where it's going in your program, but it can also observe string comparisons byte by byte as a series of branches. And so it can basically figure out how to meaningfully go both sides of a string comparison depending where it quote unquote it wants or not. So it's able to basically, well, actually, let me restate this. It's basically able to enter string comparison bodies. Like you have a, if two strings are the same, then enter here. It's able to come up with those two strings because it can observe by flipping individual bytes. It's able to observe that it is reaching new program states because your comparison, it's happening byte by byte. In an optimized executable, that should not be the case. In an optimized executable, it should be like mem compare like more than byte by byte. So it shouldn't be the fuzzer would not be able to observe partial progress as a different program state. So that's I guess, optimization, depending on how you want to look at it, right? It's a non-optimization, it's a de-optimization of your program, but it is an optimization for the fuzzer. So having slow string comparisons allows it to observe partial progress, and so that way it can discover stuff on its own. So for example, all these examples, my corpus actually contains good examples. So it might be that some of these inputs come from my corpus to some degree, but it doesn't have to be this way. We can try this, for example. I'll try this. I'm gonna copy these crashes somewhere. So I'm copying the crashes out. Then I'm going up and I'm saying, you know what? Let's remove our state and let's use for cases an empty case. So I'm going to create a new directory and I'm going to initialize it with bad data. So mkdir cases and then hx cases init.txt. I'm going to put some random letters in there. So it's literally the crappiest possible starting case. But it doesn't matter because even if I gave it something that is absolutely meaningless for me, it did make, I think, some more progress past that. That said, it's not finding crashes as easily as it was before, huh? Let's leave it running for a while. So actually, let me put it this way. My opinion about the corpus not being super useful was based on my experience with the older version of this tooling, where it would be able to successfully observe string comparisons and make a ton of progress entirely on its own. But then this new version of the tooling seems absolute crap at that, and I have no idea why. And so I feel like that this is, the fact that this is not making progress on its own kind of seems to me that the regression that I think I'm experiencing is real, because I am fairly confident that the previous crashes would have been found very easily by the fuzzer previously. Without needing anything from the corpus. How does it know when new parts of the binary are executed? That's what instrumentation does. Instrumentation is literally the compiler placing function calls every time you enter a new function, every time you enter a branch of an if statement. It's literally basically polluting your executable with calls to a function. That function is left undefined, I believe. And so AFL provides it dynamically. And so the function then basically, the runner is basically collects stats by defining that function and being able to see it invoked automatically everywhere. Hello to Step. Hello, Matt. So you can see that we made some progress. We discovered some new branches. But I think that the word you were looking for was pessimization. Yeah, you're right. Pessimization. So I think that this guy is not able to do what I'm describing, though. It is currently unable to do what I'm describing. This is so freaking weird. Out of curiosity, so to show you, I guess, a different example, let's see if this still works. Seven. So this version is able to do it. It's the instrumentation, man. Because the old runner was fine. This new runner is also fine. This is making progress. When it gets to 10, you see the crash. Well, I think it needs to get up to 11, and then you see the crash. So it should go to 10, and then a bit later, now it should do the crash. Right? Man? Do the crash, please. Okay, there we go. It found the crash. So, so this is working correctly. This is crashing correctly, this program. This program literally does an assert on a value being, can you find me? And I was showing earlier, if you go into our default queue, and you look at the files in there, you can see its progress. It's literally figuring out the password bit by bit. You don't see the final password because the final full correct password is, you see that there's only one letter missing here, right? It's can you find moo instead of me. You don't see the full version because Q is things to try. So the moment it found it correctly, that value was saved under crashes, not under Q. Q shows you the progress though. And so the new runner is fine, but the executable is generated in a crappy way. And now that I think about it, I think that Andrew was saying that LVM was instrumenting stuff weird when he was experimenting with his own implementation of the fuzzer. And I suspect that I'm experiencing it also. This is so weird. Man, fuck LVM. God damn it. You know what we should look into, I think, at this point? HongG Fuzz. I think it's time to switch away from AFL++ and see if HongG Fuzz is better. Oh my god, it's another Google project. Never mind. I was thinking, yeah, let's get away from AFL. There was like a Google thing. No, this other thing is also a Google thing. God damn it. Enough with the Google stuff. To be clear, before people think that I'm like against Google or anything, let me be clear. It is actually amazing that an ad company is able to do this stuff. They know how to use computers. And they shouldn't have to because it's an ad company, but they do. So they make these things. And if you think about it, it's mind-blowing that an ad company is able to get this far. That said, clearly computers are not their specialty. So it is what it is. Their specialty being ads, of course. I think, so here's the funny thing. I think that with this regression, Zig native fuzzing might be better than AFL soon. This is mind-blowing. Also, this thing uses a strategy, like it uses a somewhat deprecated part of LVM. So you know what? I guess I'm hating on LVM, but also I think that part of functionality from LVM is kind of considered deprecated or close to. So maybe that's also why they don't care about regressing functionality in it. But this is really weird. Also, there's sand mode. Splicing phase is now disabled by default because research showed it is counterproductive. New command line parameter -u to enable it. Splicing is auto-enabled if cycles without fines happen. fsanitize equals fuzzer now inserts lib AFL driver additionally early to help compiling with LVM. Fuzzer test one input as an AR archive. Oh, I don't remember how this shit is supposed to work. This is interesting though. Yeah, please don't change API all the time. Yeah, would be nice, huh? I mean, but you can't complain. They told you, right? They told you it's LVM 20. They bumped up the major version, so you can't complain. Could you summarize what AFL lacks? Was it the thing you mentioned a few minutes ago about needing to write non-optimal code for it to make progress? No, or yes and no. So that choice, the choice of writing not optimal code, is a choice that Zig can make in its in the standard library. So it's a thing controlled originally by Zig, and we can toggle it. The problem is basically that somehow. Okay, let me put it this way. Here's how it works. The string comparison is normally like this, right? You do to compare two strings, like equal does this, does like let's say simd of string 1, simd underscore equal of string 1 and string 2. The problem with this is that the fuzzer is not able to observe partial progress. The parser can observe partial progress every time there is a branch or like a while loop, because the compiler adds a secret function call, adds something like, no, so I don't know, let's call it foobar. It basically adds a call to foobar every time there is a branch, every time there is a for loop. So this in the equal is like partial progress is not observable by the fuzzer. But if your string comparison is expressed like this, and then if your string comparison is actually expressed like this, then here's what happens: that the fuzzer instrumentation can put the function call in here, and now the fuzzer will be able to see that you're like going deeper into the for loop as it gets more and more a longer and longer prefix correct. What I suspect it's happening is that the fuzzer, or rather the fuzzer instrumentation step, so LVM configured to enable fuzzer instrumentation, is not placing the function call in there. That's what I suspect it's happening. I suspect that it's unrolling a for loop. Oh, you know what it might be? Maybe it is unrolling a for loop 4 times or something like this. Like it's doing some weird code transformation that breaks the fuzzer's ability to observe progress. Keep in mind, fuzzer progress is observed by having the compiler inject function calls under branches, under function calls, under loop bodies, that kind of stuff. So something has broken that system. I don't know why. Hi Loris, I have seen recently that Jai has crazy compilation speed, or at least promoted as is since it's still in closed beta. Would the ZSF consider collaborating with Jonathan Blow, or would Zig ever reach super speed, order of 70,000 lines of code in 0.5 seconds on a laptop? Earth fail. Welcome to the channel, and welcome to Zig. And let me show you something. Where do I grab it from? I'm gonna grab it from Hacker News. So, okay, YouTube, great implementation of clips, YouTube. Great job. Let's try again. Are you serious? Wait, is this like a picture-in-picture thing? No, it's just this thing being crappy. Okay, so pause music. Put this full screen. This is some context for you. This is Matthew Lug, and me working on the Zig compiler. Here, I believe he was doing some bug fixing. Later on, we implemented a new built-in just to try out. So not for real, just as an experiment. Although I made a proposal afterwards and that got accepted. So that work wasn't completely wasteful. But so he is debugging the compiler, and this is what you're observing is his development loop. He is making a change into the compiler and then rebuilding everything incrementally though. So not from zero, but there's like this concept of incremental compilation where the compiler is able to detect, well, is able to recognize what changed and like have high caching that acts as a high level of granularity, allowing it to basically only reanalyze a single function definition, that kind of stuff, like very high level of granularity that makes it super fast. And the Zig compiler code base is around 800,000 lines, okay? So this is his development experience. If YouTube decides to work, I think this page isn't available. What is going on? Why is YouTube like this? Is it time for me to go back to Firefox? Okay, so here's what I'm gonna try. Copy link. Let me try with another more normal browser. That is very interesting. Yeah. Accept all. Come on. Okay, so that was me. Oh, since it was full screen, you couldn't see my reaction because it was covered by my camera, I guess. But you get the idea. So it's an instant rebuild. Share that YouTube link? Sure. So you can see, by the way, this is just a clip. So you can see the full, if you watch the full stream, you will see plenty of examples of these of this happening from his side and also from my side. So at some point I had like a DigitalOcean virtual machine with this stuff. By the way, for extra clarity, Earthvale, to be clear, incremental compilation right now, it's still work in progress. It's not ready yet for everybody to use. It only works on x86 64 Linux. Other platforms need more work to happen, but it's happening, and so it's going to happen soon. So, long story short, with all due respect to Jonathan Blow, the Zig compiler is already pretty fast. Honestly, I don't think there is anything that the Zig core team has to learn from Jonathan Blow when it comes to making the compiler fast. It's already pretty fast on its own. So yeah. Yeah, this YouTube clip stuff, it was really weird in in Arc. I mean, that's what I get for using a deprecated browser, huh? Don't I? So, yeah. What else? I don't know what else to say. So, incremental compilation is coming. It's going to be pretty fucking fast. If we talk about compiling, but by the way, the point is that though, it's not like a 70,000 lines of code in half a second versus 800,000, because the point of incremental compilation is to not have to parse and analyze 800,000 lines of code. So incremental is, how can I say, it's a flex. It's an actual super cool feature, but it's not like a show of brute strength, like brute force strength of how fast I am at parsing and analyzing these lines. That is the work of custom backends. And honestly, I don't know how fast custom backends are precisely. So if the goal is how long does it take to parse and analyze 70,000 lines of code in Zig, I'm not sure where the number would lie. It might be that Zig is slower. It might be that Zig is a little bit slower than Jai in that sense. I generally do not know. But the thing is, incremental is where this matters the most, and it's super freaking fast. Just check his first build with incremental. Yeah, but then I guess then you have to. I think that if you do a synthetic comparison of this kind, you should have you should check 70,000 lines of code. There are like 70,000 lines of code that are like roughly the same. I suspect that 70 lines of code in that example, like let's say that is the Jai compiler, that is going to be very different from the Z compiler. So I guess you can make a comparison, but I don't know. You're really deep into the realm of benchmarking, where the benchmark doesn't mean anything, and basically you're only staring at marketing. While incremental compilation is real, right? I guess the core point of that is, okay, setting aside the details, the core point is this. The development loop of the Z compiler is that you make a change, you save, and you instantly get feedback from a rebuild. What was missing there, so also for clarity, what you see there is a rebuild that ends with a semantic analysis failure because the code is wrong. And so the compiler, at the moment the compiler recognizes that there's a bug in the code, it stops analysis and reports the error. To be fair, a full incremental rebuild of the compiler would require the compiler to go successfully through all of semantic analysis and then emit the final binary. And that will take more time, necessarily. How much more time? I'm not sure. And also, emitting binaries from incremental compilation is currently a little bit buggy. So we'll have to wait for this stuff to be fully implemented correctly before we can judge it. But that said, even emitting binaries is supposed to be fast because of what's called in-place memory patching, right? Wait, in-place? Is it memory patching? In-place binary patching. And I came up with the term and I forgot it. But yeah, the idea is that, so in a normal compiler, even if you have incremental compilation, what happens is that you have maybe incremental compilation for compiled units. And so you have a bunch of different compiled units. Look at my beautiful drawing skills, CU. So you have like 3 compiled units that make your application. You modify only one file, and modifying only one file invalidates only one compilation unit. So this guy gets invalidated and gets rebuilt. These 2 guys are still fine, and they don't get rebuilt. But then at the end, to create the final exe, you need to do something. Something has to happen here, and that's linking. And linking is always done from scratch. If you're using C, C++, Rust, whatever, they pretty much all do relinking from scratch every single time. And this takes time because even though you did save some work by not reanalyzing these guys, linking, whatever linking needs to do, it will still be a function of your entire project's size. It's not going to be just a function of your delta of what just changed, because that's the problem of relinking from scratch. With in-memory binary patching, the idea is that linking doesn't happen from scratch every single time, but you have your executable that is designed basically to allow you to do this. Let's say that here you have, actually, no, let's do it this way. Let's say that here you have function f. So this is function f. And then at some point you produce f1, f prime, I don't know. So basically you updated f, and now there's a new f. What the compiler is going to do is append the new f machine code at the end of the executable, and then take the old implementation of f, change its first instruction to turn into a jump to the new implementation. So this way, what happens is that linking the executable is not done in the traditional manner, but it's done by appending in the end. Keep in mind, this only makes sense for debug builds, like incremental compilation and fast compilation speeds. You only want them for development purposes. When you're making a release, you're happy to wait like 30 seconds, 1 minute, 1 hour. You're happy to wait for a fully maximally optimized executable normally. But for development loop, you want a debug build, you want it to be fast. And so you're happy to pay a performance price, a reasonable performance price to obtain that speed most of the time. So here incremental compilation appends the new machine code at the end of the executable and then fixes the old implementation to point to the new one. Easy peasy. So I guess my point here is that because of this whole machinery, even generating the executable should be a function of what changed, not a function of the full size of your project, which is what makes incremental compilation incredible, because it basically takes the size of your project out of the equation. If you have a 30,000 line project, a 300,000 line project, it shouldn't change much. That's kind of the point of incremental. And so there is a plan for the Z compiler to do that also when it comes to linking. But it's a work in progress. So the demo is real. I mean, if you watch the full stream, you will see us actually using incremental throughout the full stream, and it just works. But there's work to do before this can be ready for everybody else to use. Okay, so what do we do with our fuzzer? I don't know. I need to chat with somebody that knows what's up and present to them my discoveries and see what they think. In my case, in the end, we ended up having crashes reported to us. So let's take a look at those crashes. So this apparently is a crash. How does this work? Okay, so it wants a redirect. Okay, so we redirect into it. Crashes, and then the first one. Panic, reach unreachable code. Interesting. So we panic. That's kind of bad. I have to say, this scripting, despite scripting being a super easy language, the fact that I wanted to go with this, I don't know, super small tokenizer that acts as a parser as well, does it not? No, I have a normal tokenizer, do I? Yeah. But the parser is weird. Right, because the parser doesn't build an AST. The parser just emits tokens and has very little state. It pretty much only remembers what... This is used in while we're, what's the only state that we have? We have basically, okay, if we're, there is some state. This enum, call depth, if we are like inside the function call, and then this thing. This freaking parser, I hate it, man. It is so error prone. And so apparently, where is it? Where is it? Where did I put it? Oh, was it here? Yeah. So apparently this is enough to make it crash. So here's what I think I'll do. I'm going to take a bathroom break, and then I'm going to start working on this. And then keep in mind that more or less 1 hour from now, a little bit less than 1 hour from now, there's going to be the Upner stuff, I think. Let's see. Oh, I will keep the Twitch stream open. Let's see. I will invite you as a guest star. Okay, so I'm not going anywhere. I think I'm going to stay here. Okay. Okay. So yeah, please give me a sec. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's see. Let's figure out why this code actually somehow is allowed. God damn it. So our parser starts with the start state, sees a $sign, goes into global state, puts in path location the token location. So we're starting to build a path, basically. Then we're in global, so we loop. We say, okay, we set an identifier. That's page. So we go in extend path. We go in, we extend the path that we were buffering. We set to true that the path starts a global. We go to extend path, and there we see a dot. Dot puts us in, just extends the path, says that it is a dotted path. And then we stay in here in extend path. Then we move to, then we see a F. So we see another identifier. Right? We do not change state. What am I missing? Wait a second. We see an identifier, sends us to extend path. We see a dot. Oh, look. Okay, we see a dot, and then we also consume the next token. And we say, if it's anything other than an identifier, then we error out. So we have consumed also the identifier. And so at that point, we loop again, and we see the parentheses, left parentheses, which makes us rewind and then move the state to call begin. And if not the path is true, which is true in our end, then we extend. And we return the path. So that's fine. But then there's a left parenthesis. So we are in the state, where state are we in? L parent, right? Sorry, call begin. Okay, so we go to call begin. We increase call depth. And we're returning call arg. So far, so good. The problem is we hit VM283. So the parser is fine. At least so far. But then it has this, causes this assert to fail. Right. What are we supposed to do otherwise normally? So it's more like this is not an assert. This cannot be an assert because it's a condition that can happen. So basically, we have received a partial string. I guess the failure here is that we are not asking the parser in the VM whether we have consumed everything, right? Or rather, maybe we are, and then we're getting the wrong answer, because why do we get here? We get here when there is no next, right? So how does it work? While parser.next. Okay, so the problem here is that we call parser.next, and parser, after giving us the open parentheses, just returns it to us null without communicating any failure. But the parser it's the parser's job to know that we're like stopping halfway through, that this is not correct. So we go into the L parent case, we enter call. No, we enter call arg. So that's our state. In call arg, you know what the problem is? The problem is that there's no next token. There is no next token. This returns null. Let's see what happens after the while. In terminal state, if p state is after call or p state is extend path, then we are in terminal state. But no, we are not in terminal state. So this says if call depth is greater than 0 or not in terminal state, both of which are true in our case, this returns a syntax error. So why is it not returning a syntax error? And instead it's returning null. Because last I checked, we were in call arg, and then we got nothing. Yeah, so the parser is correctly designed to report errors, thankfully, thank God. But somehow it's not triggering in our case. That is so weird. That is really so weird. Let's put a breakpoint here. So I'm going to put a breakpoint. I'm going to build everything, and then I want to see what happens. So we build defuzz. And now we have an input problem with scriptifuzz, huh? And now we have an input problem with scriptifuzz. How do we invoke scriptifuzz in LVM and passing in, in LDB, while also passing in the right thing? Time to figure out how LVM works. Sorry, LDB. This is an option supported by LDB. Okay, so I have basically to have I have to attach and have a separate invocation, of course. Panic, rich, and reachable code? What? 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 How are we not hitting this? Oh, shit. I mean, the culprit was me all along. Here's your early exit stupid thing that's fucking useless that somehow lived there up until now. Now we fix this, I think. There we go. And I probably reports an error. So this issue, so the fuzzer happened to find this bug, which, by the way, I don't know how, I guess I was dumb and not fuzzing my stuff when I introduced it. But this was found by Mason Remale, who was trying stuff out and reported it this way. He reported that there was alt and then he stopped here. So this was properly fixed now. He now also has a fix for this, and he has also a fix for an update to Zig. Okay, let's try to fetch a new Zig. Let's fetch a new Zig. Let's build. The fact that it builds is a problem, though. Oh, no, wait. Zig. Zig up default master. This has moved us to the new master. I expect this build to fail now. Well, first of all, I expect the build to actually run, yes. And then it fails because of, optional shit. Let's see what's happening. Optional type does not support field access. Yeah. And I think it's this guy. Yep. Merge this PR. Git pull rebase auto stash. Build. Fuzz. Success. Okay, you should try using Johnny's new Zig up replacement. I'm happy with this workflow. I saw it, but I don't think that's for me. It's a little bit too magical. I am dealing too much with weird versions of Zig, and my zone files don't mention the exact version of Zig that you're supposed to have. So I guess the problem is that until I become, I think the ecosystem start using this stuff more. I think for now there is nothing for me to gain by switching to it. I think it's an interesting idea. I think it's a good idea in general. It's just I don't feel like it's a good fit for my use case. Also, man, I already I can keep up with what's going on with ZigUp, but the other version I just can't keep up. I think the other version, Matt, will make a lot of sense once things stabilize. Like as a normal Zig user, as a non-Zig power user, I think I just read SuperHTML is also supposed to be a templating engine. It's not yet though, right? It totally is. Cash Wasabi. Check this out. Go to the official website of Zine. It's also linked up here. And you go into documentation, and there's a section dedicated to SuperHTML. And there's a full explanation of why this thing is not only a language server, but the whole tool that I wrote all that tooling so that then it could support my templating language. So keep in mind that this stuff is only enabled if you create a .shtml file. If your file is not .shtml and it's instead just .html, then the language server, the auto formatter, the CLI tool treats your file as normal HTML, and it doesn't assume any templating logic. So I guess the point is that if you want to use SuperHTML as just as an LSP for HTML files and you don't care about the templating language, then there's nothing for you. Nothing's going to annoy you. But if you're using Zine, which so far is the only thing that uses the templating language, then you create .shtml files, and now you will have access to more stuff. There's still a lot more work to do. Like the LSP support and everything else is work in progress, but there's stuff there. So yeah, it is a templating language. It's just not super easy to use it without Zine. It is totally possible, but it's not documented well yet. Okay, let's run the fuzzer now, but with the good cases path. So that's going to be source slash fuzz slash cases. I think that was the only silly thing that I left in there. Let's see. Oh, cool. Then I'll try it out. I'm using Zig for some small HTTP server projects right now, and it looks better than Mustache. Thank you. Although Cash Wasabi, I really meant it. It is not for the faint of heart right now to use the templating language. Keep in mind that it works this way. You are used probably to, like, if you're thinking of Mustache, for example, it tends to be as a templating language. It tends, you know what? I haven't used Mustache directly, so I never integrated it in my software. So maybe you're aware of what I'm talking about, and you already accounted for it correctly. And maybe I'm underestimating how complicated it is to integrate Mustache. But here's the idea. Super HTML as a templating language doesn't assume a fixed evaluation context. Zine, as a static site generator, designs its own evaluation context. So literally, which primitive values you can access in the scripting language when you do like expression, right? When you do $page, for example, or $site, those things are implemented inside of Zine because that's the evaluation context that Zine wants to expose to its own templating language. So Super HTML on its own doesn't come with any of this stuff. You have to implement it yourself. So you have basically some stuff that is done for you, but then you have to implement basically, let's say, the business logic of what your templating language should look like. So if you're making a web server, for example, you will want to have maybe $request or $user, for example, if there is some integration with like the concept of a user being present potentially or not present. And so you will have to literally implement all these things as Zig code and wire it into, expose these, let's say, native things into the virtual machine scripting language inside of Super HTML. Totally doable. So if you want to go down that path, being aware that it will require you to do some work and do some learning and deal with some fancy Zig metaprogramming, then go for it. Join my Discord server. Let me know how it goes. When you get stuck, ask questions. There's a Zine channel. Feel free to ask questions in there. And then I will try to help you out. But if your goal is instead, I just want the templating language to get going, then be aware Super HTML might be still a little bit too complicated for that kind of use case. Just be aware. I only want to have a good HTML formatter. Can it do that? Sure. I mean, Super HTML can, like the CLI executable and the VS Code extension can do auto formatting on HTML. Absolutely, yes. Like if you're using VS Code, you can just go to the marketplace and you will find it there. Yeah. So it seems that we have fixed everything in our fuzzer. In our scripty. The fuzzer is not finding anything else. Although this fuzzer is crappy. We know that this fuzzer is not as good as it should be. I am so incredibly disappointed with the way this is working. I don't even know where to begin. Formatter as in formatting. Wait, okay. I thought you meant auto formatter. You mean with data injection? Yeah, it can do that, but it can totally do that. The problem is it requires you to implement what that means. So yes, sorry, I thought you meant auto formatter, as in, aligning the code. No, if you mean formatter as in, replace parts of it. Yeah, I can totally do that. Okay, here's a suggestion, Cash Wasabi. Check out Zine. Like literally read a bit of the documentation, see what Super HTML does in there, and decide how much you like it. Be aware that there's other stuff like Zig, HTML templates. There's other stuff. Well, there's Mustache Zig. So that's bindings for mustache in Zig. So you could do that. I can promise you, integrating this one is probably going to be a breeze compared to integrating Super HTML, because Super HTML is pretty opinionated and fancy. There's the JetZig web framework that has its own templating language that maybe you like, called Zimple. Is a templating language, although you can see that it's more similar to Mustache. Actually, you know what? I was about to say more similar to Mustache. Never mind. There's some freaking inline Zig coding here. So no, there's definitely fancy shit that you can do. So I don't know. This is another take on it. Maybe you like this more. I don't know. And I don't know how easy or hard it is to integrate with Zimple. So that's gonna be for you to discover. Anyway, I guess these are your options. Okay, I'm gonna stop this fuzzer because it's really not making any progress. Like, I find it really weird that it's not finding new edges. So weird. So weird. Okay, 15 minutes, and then we're gonna do the thing with Abner. So let me put a countdown. Bork AFK 15. I mean, I'm not going AFK for real. It's just the name of the command dash T Abner go stream. Stream with Abner, I guess. What is that running tool? That's AFL++. That's a fuzzer. It's fuzzing my code, but it's not a good fuzzer. It was a good fuzzer, and then they ruined it. Actually, I don't know whose fault it is. I'm thinking it's LLVM's fault, but I'm not sure if that's the case. Ah, man. So fickle. So fickle. I need to write this to Andrew. I'm going to make a new topic. Let's see. I've been enjoying your recent conversations with Togglebit. Thank you. All right, we're gonna do another stream with Togglebit. Togglebit is gonna be this Friday, so not tomorrow, but the day after. We're gonna do a stream with Togglebit. So yeah, I was actually, the reason why I'm looking at fuzzing is in part because I told him that I was going to show him some fuzzing stuff, and then man, AFL++ goes and betrays me this horribly. So so disappointing. Looking at the backlog, the right way to do templating in HTML is to treat the page as a tree. To treat it as a string is just begging for excess exploits. For the static site generator, this is less important. That said, I do agree with the core principle that a templating language should try to keep should try to preserve the semantics of HTML as far as possible and not immediately downgrade it as just random strings. And I personally think that Super HTML is perfect in that sense and superior to all the alternatives, unless the alternatives do something comparable to HTML, to Super HTML. So I don't know. I'm never looking back. Unless another templating language is in the same ballpark as Super HTML. To be clear, somebody can make something better than Super HTML. I wouldn't put that. I wouldn't consider that impossible to do at all. But then all the languages that like are basically are a cop out. They just macro copy paste the shit out of your templating, out of your HTML. That's so bad. XHTML is another thing because browsers. The problem is that XHTML doesn't have graceful degradation, what you want to call it. Like it doesn't have a recovery strategy spec'd for it. So when a browser encounters an error in XHTML5, they don't recover like they do with normal HTML. And if they do, they don't do that in a standard way. So I think that XHTML is that train has departed and it's not coming back, I suspect. I cannot say that, I can't look into the future and know for certain, but it seems really hard for me. There would need to be a type of push that, I don't know, we never see. Like HTML apparently doesn't even have language servers for it, except when I made Super HTML. So, okay, I'm almost done writing my message. Let's see, is Abner coming on stream today? Kinda, we're gonna do a co-stream. So I think my stream will stay on and I will be on his stream and he will be on mine somehow. We're gonna use Twitch Co-Star. I've never done it myself, so we're gonna figure it out on the fly. I mean, you know, the basics are always the same. There's going to be some WebRTC thing one way or another, and then you decide how you include it in your OBS scene. And I know how to do that, so it's not going to be a big deal. But yeah, first time doing it. Okay. Browsers have definitely decided to go HTML, the non-X type, but for actually making a page, it's a lot nicer to link something in XML form. Anything which isn't a strict subset of an in-use version of HTML would be great. Okay, let me reply to one last message and then I'll be ready. Okay. So let's keep updating our stuff. So we have updated Scripty. Then we have the Zine stuff. So this is Scripty, and we merged it. Where's the there we go. Then we have this. We're gonna merge this as well. Then we go into Zine. And we do Zig fetch. Ooh, actually, does Zine depend on Scripty directly? It does. Okay. We need to do also the same for Super HTML, though, I think. Yeah, we depend on Scripty. Can we build? Can we test? Okay. Ooh, we have a plethora of changes. Although it's mostly fuzzing. What's under HTML? Oh, I think that's the other instrumentation. Okay, you know what? I think I'm gonna commit only the zone file. What's in the build.zig? It's only tracy stuff, right? It's literally only tracy stuff and fuzzing, so nothing else has changed. So okay. Oh fuck. No. Okay, so how do we stage something piece by piece? I forget. Oh, so stage this hunk. It's like just everything at once. Help. Stage this hunk. Do not stage this hunk. Quit. Stage this hunk and all later hunks in the file. Do not stage this hunk. Split the current hunk into smaller hunks. Split. Okay. This one we want to not commit. This one we want to commit. This one we want to not commit. So this is it. We just want to update scripty. Yep. Here, same thing. Can we Zig build? Can we Zig build test? Okay. Can we now go into Zin? Oh, wait a second. Super MD also depends on Super HTML. Okay. Yeah, I think I did script already. Perfect. Let's say if we build test. I think I might need to pull the changes from Mason. Yeah. Now this should work. Yeah, I mean, I don't do it a lot, and when I do, it's fine. It's yeah, it is what it is. Oh snap! I still have my stupid change in. Okay. There we go. So we have fixed Zine, and in theory we should have also fixed this issue from Mason. Maybe we can be more explicit. Okay. Okay, so it's time for the Abner stream, huh? So he's probably, I don't know, starting the stream. I don't know if he had been streaming. I guess we can go snoop on him. Let's see what's going on there. He's not live? Oh. Okay, he's taking it easy. He should go live, I guess, in a moment, probably. Okay, what do we do in the meantime? So, hey, Woden, I'm not going anywhere, by the way. No worries. I'm gonna do a co-stream with Abner, so I'm just waiting for him to come online, basically. What did we do this stream? A lot of pain, man. So I tried updating my fuzzing tool chain to latest Zig, and that happened correctly, but it seems that there is a regression in how AFL++ works with the latest version of OVM. I can't say for sure, but as a user, I can see that the fuzzer is not behaving as nicely as it was before. Something definitely seems to have regressed. And then there was a report of a bug in Scripty, which the fuzzer actually found as we were fuzzing. But in any case, the point was that we wanted to, it was reported to us as a bug. So we didn't even need the fuzzer. We knew that it was a bug because it was reported by a user. So we fixed that, and now we updated everything, all the zines to the latest things. And so, yeah, the stream with Abner should start soon. So what can we do in the meantime? Maybe I can announce the next Z show time while we wait. What do you all say? Let's see. Enter Z.show, git pull to have everything. We're up to date. So I'm going to go into HX content /episode/38 we have. So it's now time for 39.md. Also, I need to do, this is a Hugo project still. By the way, Zig.show is still a Hugo website. Embarrassing, but I haven't had time to upgrade it yet, so it is what it is. So take a look at 38, copy everything, port it to 39. So this is the episode with Richard Feldman, which, by the way, on 38, I haven't put in the new video ID. So let me go fetch that from YouTube. So this is the new ID. Oh my God, it doesn't know how to uncomment stuff. Okay, and now I need to update everything. So this is going to be DVUI immediate. Wait, I don't know how to spell immediate. I think it's like this, right? Immediate mode GUI, native in Zig. So the episode is dedicated to to DVUI from David Vanderson, but I don't know what to put as the title. I think I'll do it like this: immediate mode GUI for Zig. Type interview. Type is talk, kinda. It's not like this anymore. Where America, I think He is America, New York. He's not from New York. That's the time, just the time zone. Something notable about the UI package. There are some good things that it does, which, you know, are not necessarily completely unique and never heard of before, but there are definitely nice to haves. And so first of all, the project, I would say, is serious enough that it can be used, and it's developed. It's not like a you know, POC type of thing. It's further than that. It has the ability to have variable refresh rate and like not repaint the screen if there are no if there is no reason to do so, if there are no input events. It compiles also for WebAssembly and WebGL. So if you look at the UI repo, you click the online demo, you see this page. This is not HTML. Like, I'm selecting text, but this is not the browser selecting text. This is all implemented in the UI. So calculator, example buttons, text entry, styling, I don't know, let me see, scrolling, dialogues and toasts. So, you know, that jazz. Oh, it's really fast. Yeah, it's really fast. And by being native in Zig, it's like easier to use than a C equivalent. Okay, what were we doing here? Right, so the Anderson, this is gonna be 39. It's not out yet. Bot is not out yet. Date is gonna be 2025, 25th, I think, at 11 a.m. his time zone, 11 a.m. New York. There we go. Next episode, DVUI, immediate mode GUI for Zig. Read more. What are we writing here? Honestly, when it comes to it, like showcase of a project, I don't know if it makes sense to write much stuff. It's very straightforward. It's like, this is the project. We're going to showcase the project. Let's see. I am a Joe. Super unrelated and sorry, but for tests, do you have one file where you include the other tests or something? Wondering what is the convention to have multiple tests on multiple files on a project? Normally, there is a natural way of doing this, which might or might not be what you want to do. So the natural way of doing this is this. Go to the Zig repository. In the wiki page, there's a page where where basically I explain how to read the Zig standard library. And this doesn't tell you where to put tests. What this does tell you is how normally the tree of a namespace is designed in Zig. And so your tests would normally want to follow this same flow. So let me go through it briefly. When you read the Zig standard library, when you import the Zig standard library, you're importing libstd std.zig. And that's your entry point into the standard library. std.zig is just a re-export of things somewhere else, mostly. Apparently, there's also stuff implemented in here, but it's mostly re-exports. The way it works is that you have simple namespaces, like, for example, libstd ASCII, where it's a single file that implements the whole of ASCII and then gets imported as here. Somewhere. What am I missing? Where's ASCII? Wait, did we lose ASCII? Am I going insane? These are sorted alphabetically, aren't they? Where did... Okay, they're not. There's ASCII. God damn it. Okay, so we have ASCII, and it gets re-exported like this. But then you have stuff that is more complicated, like math, for example. And so math has math.zig and then a math subdirectory, and everything that goes under math goes in there. And the job of math.zig is to re-export everything that is public from under math. So you will see that math.zig will contain import math.seal.seal. So I mean, it will contain whatever re-export is necessary to have. And so then basically std.zig only concerns itself with math.zig. std.zig does not snoop into the math subfolder, right? It's just a subdirectory. It just stops at math.zig. So if you had, for example, tests inside of seal, so if you had tests for the seal function, you would want to put them in here. Then how do you re-export them? Sure, you could create one, the one big Chungus test export file. That would totally work. But if you follow this practice, then what you will want to do is that those tests get mentioned by the test in math, and the test in math in turn gets mentioned by the test in std.zig. So if we look at this, in the case of the Zig standard library for real, for example, they kind of do it like this, although they're using refl decals as a cheat code, but that's kind of the process. Yes, like a tree. The reason what you lose from a flat structure is that the flat structure is obviously more self-evident, but what you gain from it is that you will want in any case to manage these things as a tree structure, meaning let's say that you decide that seal is not interesting anymore for you to have in the standard library, so you will want to nuke seal, nuke the re-export from std.math, and stop there. You will not want, I would argue it's more preferable to do this rather than to go find the, test manifest, in a sense, find the lines that pertain to seal and nuke only those. I would suggest to consider the Zig standard library as your null hypothesis. Then if for some reason it doesn't work for you, then yeah, I can see that. But let's see, for me, it's fine at 3, but I've been struggling a bit to have multiple tests be run. I think, keep in mind one thing though, Emma Joe, these test refl decals will basically pull in also all test blocks from the direct imports. But keep in mind that it will only do so for the direct imports. So let me go and open math.zig, for example. So I'm going to open math.zig, and guess what's at the bottom of math.zig? Okay, there's a ton of tests. So I'm probably better off doing... oh, there's no refl decals. Where is seal stuff? Let's see. Okay, let's search for float. So this re-exports a bunch of float definitions, but where's the float test stuff? Oh, there we go. So they have tests. I guess, sorry, my point is that float is, this namespace is a little bit cursed and complicated to be able to showcase that easily. But I guess my point is, oh no, there we go, I found it finally. So the point is that math.zig also has a test block. So the tree structure, you want to replicate the tree concept also when it comes to tests. So I don't know, keep that in mind. I think it's time for my stuff. No, not yet. Let's see. Got it. You also do the tree with tests. Yes. Exactly. I guess the way of thinking about it, at least the one that the way I think about it, that at least to me makes sense, is that basically test is like a separate evaluation context than outside of test. So you can imagine that when you're running tests, only what is referenced inside test exists. Anything that is not mentioned in here doesn't exist. So if you put a refl decal in here, then sure, you're basically pulling in all the other decals from your same file and you're quote unquote pulling them into test. And so they also become referenced in here. And so they will get analyzed. But that doesn't automatically do it for their tests, because especially when, for example, if we go back to here, right? This is std.zig. If you do refl decals here, what are you referencing? You're referencing, for example, ArrayList, which is ArrayList.zig.ArrayList. Now, if this type has a test block in it, or multiple, like this struct definition, then those will be also be evaluated. But did you notice there's a file outside of this definition that is not being pulled into the test? So, I mean, I guess it is analyzed, because you need to analyze this, I guess, to reach this. But I guess my point is that the doing refl decals, like your re-exports are more, they won't include everything that you have in your sub things. You will need to do that explicitly. And the best place where, like the for example, for seal in math, the authoritative place to know what tests or things should be exported or not is seal.zig. So in there you have one test block with the initial stuff or multiple ones, and then you reference seal.zig inside of the test block inside of math, and then you pull that out. So yeah, keep the tree structure. That's the way to go. And if you do that with just some rigor, you will find that you won't leave tests behind. Okay, let's see. Has Abner started his stream? Is he live now? He is. I'm getting a delicious ad. Thank you. Thank you, Amazon. By the way, this is also really cool. So Gimli has made a library to make GUI applications, but fully statically linked. So there is no GPU acceleration because it's you kind of need dynamic linking to do GPU stuff. But if you make a game that doesn't require the GPU, and if you think about it, if you're not making like a 3D game and you're not making a super giga fancy game, then yeah, the power of making it a static executable is freaking insane. Like, imagine that you're making a simple game. Like, imagine that you're making something like Undertale, okay? That really does not need GPU acceleration to work nicely. You make it static, and now you don't need to deal with any support ticket on Linux. Like, you solved Linux. It's a static executable, and it works everywhere. That is like an amazing superpower. By the way, it runs at 100% CPU for me. Oh no. So that's cool. It still ads? Come on, man. Wait, did the fucking ad like pause when I was tabbed out? Oh, so it's still a countdown. Okay. Okay, so we're basically waiting for up there to be ready to do to do the stream. Knock to ask Abner to collaborate. Oh no, Abner, no. Oh no. Okay, woof, back. So yeah, I guess I can complete this in the meantime. I don't know what the online demo URL is. Show notes, code, online demo. That works. I guess I could link also instead of placing the link explicitly. I sometimes forget that I can do this. How does that look? Code, online demo. Not bad. Maybe we can even swap them around. Online demo and then code, and then I kind of would like to make a joke about how people might be. So I can use the VUI for arbitrary 2D graphical stuff. Yeah, I believe you get the ability to get access to a like I don't know what to call it, bitmap buffer thing. You can do some of this stuff. Yeah. We can talk about this stuff, I guess, during the episode. Actually, you know what? We can do something nice. We can say immediate mode GUI. Is there like an authoritative link that describes what it is? Like what's EM GUI? So I don't want to deploy yet though, because deploying this means that I need to have pulled out. I need to have pushed out the newsletter, which I haven't done yet. So I'll wait for that to happen. Link the case talk, I guess. I was hoping to link to like some written thing, something like that. Let's see. So if Abner sends me an invite, I imagine I will see it here. Okay, let me know when you do the thing. I have the stream manager page open. but just in case I miss it. This is an interesting, I think, point to discuss. The idea that you repaint everything every frame, because yeah, sure you do, but there's also a cost associated with diffing stuff, and I think there's plenty of UIs where the diffing cost is really not worth it. I'm thinking, for example, as an extreme example, if you will, Borg here. Like diffing for Borg is kind of useless. Okay, Greaser knows all the details and is happy about all the stuff that DVUI does. Cool. I don't even know about what even is IME. Oh, Clay, yeah. Clay. Input method something. Immediate mode execution. Instant messaging exceptions. In my experience, support. I remember Clay making like a big splash when he came out. 275,000 visualizations. Holy shit. EME is something that for some people absolutely must be supported. It's used for CJK languages. I see. Holy cow. Like, people really liked this video. I remember this being a thing. But wow. Isn't Vaxis diffing for the terminal rendering? It is, but I'm not using that. Or rather, I am using libvaxis, but not for rendering. I'm still rendering in a mostly direct to STD out way. Clay would be cooler if we wouldn't use macros, but there is no way. There is no way for them to do this without macros. They have to. That's the problem, right? That's at the end of the day, that is probably one big reason why Zig native immediate mode GUIs make sense for Zig. It's because we can't use their macros. Like you can't, like they design a API where the macro is part of the API, which is generally speaking a horrible idea. But I guess you can excuse it when it comes to this stuff, because otherwise, like, how do you make it work otherwise? Or rather, yeah, I guess you can. You basically do manually what the macro does, but it's like probably a significantly worse experience. So, yeah. Oh, did I see an Odin mention? What? I saw an Odin mention and then it passed. We'll never be able to find it. Maybe it was never there. I dreamed of it. Man, 10 minutes in, it still explained retain mode versus immediate mode? Oof, okay. Yeah, sorry, I'm not listening to it. I'm just scrolling through the video. I watched some of it when it came out originally. I didn't watch all of it because I mean, I understand it's cool in general, and I cannot appreciate all the small details, like when Greaser says, oh, it has EME support. Like, I don't know. I never done this stuff myself, so I can only appreciate the high-level stuff, like the high-level picture, and like this seems reasonable. But like, for example, if somebody were to try and sell me this over DREM GUI, what does Clay have over DREM GUI precisely? Why would I choose Clay over DREM GUI for, like, in which use case? Is it like a matter of a nicer API? Is that mainly it? I would imagine that DREM GUI has like support for a lot of things. It is like the quote unquote box model, like the way things are, like the layout engine that Clay has that is better or like more flexible, fancier than the one in DREM GUI. DREM GUI, as far as I know, is C++, not C. Oh, snap. I see. I see. DREM GUI has terrible custom layouts. Clay has a better way, kind of like Nuclear. Yeah, I shouldn't have said IC. I should have said IC++. I think it's maybe more flexible. If I remember correctly, the DREM GUI is mostly for dev/debug GUI. I mean, it's definitely used mainly for that. But my impression, even when looking at DVOI, is that those widgets, like what the immediate mode GUI framework really gives you at its core, is basically all the interactions, all the behaviors, right? Like the concept of a focus, the fact that the focus moves, the fact that you have mouse over, the fact that you have, I guess, a layout engine as well. But then when it comes to the individual widgets, the moment that you want to make a good looking GUI, then you override the way a widget renders itself. And so if you're happy with the way that interactions are implemented in a framework, which I guess technically you could also personalize yourself if you really wanted to, but I guess that is more like, it's more like in the realm of things that you wish the library would do for you, and then you wouldn't have to reinvent yourself from scratch every single time. But the visual look and feel of a widget, I can see that being something that you completely revolutionize if you have a reason to. So I get that DREM GUI is mostly used for that kind of stuff, but I can also imagine that you take a widget, you override some of its behavior. Maybe you even copy paste it and you make a new implementation that keeps some of the original behaviors and changes some other one. Even so that I guess my point is that to some degree it's not even a matter of integrating with the ecosystem, because as long as you're not trying to do anything particularly weird, if it's just a matter of, I want borders to be like this, I want the background color to be like this, I want a gradient here. When it comes to that stuff, it should be absolutely trivial to override the behavior of an implemented widget. If you want to make, for example, mouse behavior on mouse over completely different, then I could see that potentially becoming more of an issue once you buy into a given ecosystem. You're not going to be able to completely revolutionize how input is handled for one widget easily, I imagine. The only interesting part is text input handling, including copy-paste, in my opinion. The rest is not that crazy. Are you talking about Clay? Clay is like, is that the nice part of Clay or something else? Let's see, Clay is a lot simpler. It's just a thing to calculate position of elements and you draw it. EM GUI, most of the times, is just things to draw it simpler. 2K lines. Let's see, Clay's website uses Clay for the layout. And it just crashed the Chrome tab with error 11. Let's fucking go. Segfaulting web pages. I was looking for this. I was really looking forward to this. But I mean, this is still, wait, this is still dumb. Transform, translate. What? You can switch to canvas. How do I switch to canvas? Examples? No. Docs? No. Scroll down. Okay, I will. Oh. Clay outputs a sorted array of primitive render commands, such as triangle, text, and image. Write your own render in a few hundred lines of code, or use the broad examples for Rayleigh, WebGL, Canvas, and more. Oh, that is so cool. There's even HTML render if you're looking at it right now. Okay. I mean, this stuff looked a bit funky. Also, translate? Really? Is that how you're gonna move stuff around? But okay. I think we experienced the same crash, Houston. He crashed for me as well. Oh no. Lost it. RIP. Well, that was nice. Okay, Abner is yapping on his channel. Come on, Abner. He's doing a demo. He's demoing his thermal emulator. So yeah, let's give him time. So I think the plan with him is that, yeah. You know what? Maybe the Rust people were right. Maybe the Rust people were not wrong. God damn it. Put C in a web page for 1 minute and you already have segfaulting pages. Although, jokes aside, I've seen pages crash also when it comes to JavaScript. I've seen plenty of pages with tons of JavaScript. They don't exactly crash the same way, but they have like internal logic errors, and so the application basically, like the single page application, shuts down and gives you like just a message that says that it pooped itself. So crazy. Okay, so here's my bet. Okay, my bet is that what's going on is that that weird HTML page that you saw with a bunch of CSS translate stuff is probably basically kind of fuzzing the CSS layout engine. And so since people normally don't write pages where everything has translate this, translate that inside their CSS, what's happening is probably that the C framework is just simply stressing the layout engine. Keep in mind, I didn't even have time to click on Canvas. I was never able to go into the Canvas one. It crashed on me before then. So I was still looking at the HTML rendering. So it's the browser at the end of the day. So it wasn't even the C code, probably. Web developers need to be reminded of systems programming and segfaults, and segfaults are a great way to do exactly that. When are we rating? We're not rating. We're not rating Matt. We will keep streaming. We're gonna do a co-stream. We're gonna use Twitch. I don't know what's called. Stream together. We're gonna use stream together, and we're gonna be streaming together. I don't know how that works. I've never done it in my life, so this is gonna be my first time. And yeah, we'll see how it goes, basically. So with Abner, there are right now as things to do. He has a website that would be interested in porting to Zine. That could be fun. He wants to upgrade his build scripts to Zig 014. He did already some of that. We did already some of that on Discord with some other people the other days. And we made some progress. He was able to pull off some cross compilation, but ironically, cross compiling from like Linux to Windows worked pretty much first try, almost nothing to change. The only issue that he encountered was that apparently Windows has a what's it called? Case insensitive file system. So he had some C files written with an uppercase letter, and the actual files as saved, like standard library type of shit. And he had those available to him in Zig with a lowercase, like WinAPI stuff, that kind of, yeah. And then, so after he fixed all those, header file not found errors, then he got cross compilation to work. But then he tried to do the opposite, like Windows to Linux, and that part was pain. I think he also got macOS working soon after, although I'm not sure if he tested it. But Windows to Linux, he encountered trouble. I think there was also an issue with Zig, although it was like 3 a.m. in the morning for me. Like, we were in Discord. I think we were all delirious. At least I was, for sure. So I'm not sure that we gave him the best of advice. I suspect that there might be some simple things that would have solved the blockers that he had encountered, but that we didn't think about because, again, it was like 3 a.m. in the morning, at least for me. So one thing that we could do is, try again. Do a second round of trying to get terminal click to work on Linux. It wouldn't be, I guess, the most high octane of streams, because we would have to, try a few things and see how to fix these issues. But maybe there might be like a final big payoff when everything works correctly, or maybe not. I don't know. Yeah, there were also people for whom it wasn't 3 a.m. in the morning. They were also providing support. But you know what? Maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe everybody tried, really gave him the best possible advice. And I just don't remember because it was 3 a.m. for me. Or maybe we just did not. I think we did not, though. No, I don't want to merge. What's in here? 2 commits. Yeah. I'm gonna rebase and merge. Let me add Jan, also a collaborator. Don't steal my one-time password, please. Look away. Look away. Don't look, don't look, don't look. Okay, so that it doesn't have to send PRs anymore. Okay, so how's Abner doing? He's greeting Soapstone. I guess he's showing... Wait, this is not terminal click, is it? I think this is the normal terminal stuff. He's complaining about shells. This is his face. This is his angry face complaining about shells. Yeah. Like, he's describing the flow of bytes. You would like to get the byte, but you can't because the shell hoards all of them. Like, you're asking bytes from your OS, but there's somebody in the middle stealing all of them, and it's the shell. And I hate that guy. I think that's what he's saying. Oh no. Oh, it was 5 a.m. for you? Right, that makes sense. Why is this not loading? Wait, is this me? Or is this Abner? Please tell me that Abner is not like losing connection all the time. I guess there's only one way of knowing. Where's chat? Why can I not see chat? Oh, yeah, because this is supposed to be this button. But if I zoom in a little bit too much, the button disappears, right? Good job, Twitch. Oh, no. Is this a Windows moment? I'm going to type it. Oh, he's back. Oh. He has connection issues. Oh, that is bad. Yeah, that's annoying when that happens. So we'll see what we're gonna do. Honestly, I suspect that probably the most interesting thing to do is having set up a zine website. Like the masochistic part of my brain is actually nagging me to grind the Linux cross compilation issues one flag at a time, one weirdo dynamic linking behavior at a time. One weirdo C toolchain incomprehensible default behavior that you cannot tweak with flags and that you can only work around by I don't know, like doing satanic dances at night and moving files around, like doing weird shit. But probably in reality, doing the zine website stuff is probably the most interesting part. He does need to upgrade his stuff to Zig 014, but I think that that's going to be trivial for him because there haven't been any gigantic breaking changes in the Zig build system for this release. There have been some, but you don't have to opt into them immediately. You can still keep your stuff as it was and delay upgrading to the new APIs for certain things. So probably that's what I would suggest to him to do for now. Is he done being angry at shells? What is that path separator? Uh-oh. Try the arrow keys. That's cool. Also, we're gonna have a toggle stream on Friday. Let's add this. This is gonna be on Friday, probably starting at 11 my time. We don't end at late, but we're gonna probably end, I don't know, at 2 p.m., 3 p.m. Let's say 2 p.m. Event does not repeat. Yeah. How's it going up there? He's pinging his website now. Oh, he's now gonna do stuff in parallel. So he's gonna send it to a subshell of some kind. No, he canceled it already again. He decided to ping localhost now. What? The not having audio makes it like, it's like out of context basically. So like uh, why is he pinging his own laptop? What's going on? Oh, he was showing the spin there. That makes sense. What if he integrates with std.progress? I guess that he might have on his roadmap the idea of having some kind of progress system. The problem is that the spinner is something that you can do without inventing new stuff, right? But progress would require a new protocol. It would require some kind of way for the executable to communicate that to the terminal emulator somehow. And he would also need a way to make sure that the shell doesn't know, right? Because otherwise the shell is going to steal those bytes as well. So he needs like, I don't know, end-to-end cryptography. I'm joking, by the way. But yeah, progress, std progress integration requires inventing new stuff. So apparently the people above me are making holes in the wall. Sorry, everybody. What the heck? Why are they doing this at 9 p.m. at night? God damn it, man. They had the entire fucking day to do this stuff. I mean, I was live then most of the day, so I still would have been annoying, but like 9 p.m. really? Is this the time you do this? Windows IPC. Here's what I plan to do. I plan to fix some of the Windows IO weirdness in Zig after 0.14 is out. I didn't want to try it before because I don't want to break shit horribly for everybody right before the new version of Zig comes out. But I think I will try my hand afterwards. Maybe we can do that during one of the MLAG detective agency streams. Is the next detective agency episode planned? No, not yet. I mean, so we agreed to do it more and to try and turn it into a regular event, which I think should be nice for everybody involved, me, him, and also viewers. And but when exactly we're gonna do it, not sure, because he's like moving, so he has like some stuff that he needs to make sure to do before he can have like a properly working streaming setup to be able to actually pull off a stream. For example, the last one that we did, we scheduled somewhat early, precisely to make sure that we could do it before he had to like start doing stuff. Oh, you keep hearing those? Sorry, I have noise canceling enabled, so um, yeah. I think they're not gonna do this for much longer. I don't think they're like restructuring everything, but it is definitely loud and annoying when they do. Okay, so Abner doesn't want a shell, but now he wants Python. So shell, no, but Python, fine. Interesting. Interesting, huh? I see how it is. Oh, don't tell me you can run the same expression in his shell and it works. Huh. Not a fan of Python? Nah, I don't have a strong opinion. I was just making a joke that he is against shells. Like his terminal emulator basically has a one defining characteristic of it is that it basically bypasses the shell in order to have, let's say, basically take on some duties that would normally be under the shell's purview. Um, and I was just joking that like he doesn't want shells, but then a Python interpreter is fine. But really, I was just joking. Makes no sense. Like I wasn't saying anything that is supposed to make any real sense. Why bitwise operations on ints result in floats? I don't know. Maybe it's Node.js under the plot twist. Yeah, it's JavaScript. Oh man. Oh man. Uh, mm. Let's see. Do we? So I can't push this. Is there anything else that we need to do here? Honestly, I don't know. Oh, here's one thing that I might want to do. Let's pick it. So I have some changes. I bet you that it's all like, yeah, this was all for. Actually, no. Show me again. Oh, an empty line. Okay, nothing interesting. So I'm gonna get stash. Not because I really care. But I'm gonna get pool because I think that Benoit did all this work already. And he also removed lsp.zig as a hard-coded file and instead added a dependency for it. That's cool. Did he do anything to the build system in that regard? Like he had to do something, I guess, for the LSP code gen. Right, and adds LSP as a module from LSP code gen. That makes sense. Let's see, add module. This is the new add module syntax. So you give it a name. Also interesting that this module has a name. Kind of interesting. Root source file. target optimize, and then imports. And so you can set imports yourself without having to call add import. And add import, I'm guessing, does importable.put. Oh, right, because these are options. Oh, man. So, any Zig question in the meantime? Anybody want to chat about anything Zig related? Complaints. This is your moment for complaints. What is the thing that you like the most? What is the thing that you hate the most? What is the thing that you find confusing? Abner knows math. That's good for him. I do not. Honestly, I'm realizing that some of the math stuff, if you like, I mean, I'm not going to say something that's going to blow anybody's mind, but like, if you don't practice it, man, you lose it. Like, you lose your ability to do things quickly. I should do some game dev stuff at some point, just to remove some rust from my math days. U8 plus U8 should be U9 with no overflow / wraparound. What is the most exciting thing coming up during / after the current release cycle? So for this release cycle, there's actually a few decent things. One is the new allocator that Andrew made that is faster than the one in glibc. There is new syntax like decal literals. So you know how you can do .foo to indicate an enum. Something accepts an enum, and you don't have to specify the full enum type. You can just do, let's say that the enum is like, it's an enum that has as options animal, person, dog for some reason. You can just do .dog, and it will automatically coerce to the right enum type. Yeah, and so now you can do the same thing for decals. So if you have like a foo decal inside of a struct type, you can do .foo to obtain that value if the type matches. It's pretty cool. I'm not like, it might seem weird and a bit confusing for you to be able to do that in this context, but sometimes it's amazing. For example, imagine that you have like a color struct, and your color struct has RGBA, right? And then you create inside of it a few instances of colors that are like common, like black, white, red, yellow, green. And so you do pub const green equals, color, whatever the RGB value is. And then users, when you need to pass a color to a function, then users will be able to do .red, .green. And it's awesome. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to do this kind of stuff. So that's great. The last thing is obviously incremental compilation that's coming. So it's still going to be behind the flag. It's not going to be for everybody. You need x86 64 Linux. It's not going to be so complete that you can use it completely. But it's getting there. And like when you can use it, holy shit, is it good. For the people that have seen earlier in the stream when I was showcasing this stuff, it is a game changer. It is really a game changer. And you can start seeing the promise of better compilation speed actually becoming real, right? So it's not just a promise anymore. It starts becoming something that you can touch with your hands. figuratively speaking. Then after this release is done, I think there's going to be fuzzing. So fuzzing is still not complete yet in Zig, but native fuzzing support in Zig is going to be amazing. Fuzzing is such a useful practice. It is insane when people don't do it, and but the problem at the same time is that fuzzing is not easy to set up, and the only fuzzing, in my opinion, that is worth doing is code coverage guided fuzzing. If you don't have that, then you don't have real fuzzing. You have shitty random. It's like you have BOGO fuzzing. Like you have BOGO sort. That's like the sorting function that just shuffles items at random and then tests if they happen to be sorted correctly, right? Which is a shitty, extremely shitty sorting function. I mean, it's a joke function, right? But I do think that fuzzing without coverage guidance, it's BOGO fuzzing. It's equally worthless, in my opinion. And you can mitigate that with the dictionaries, corpuses, other shitty tricks, whatever. No, absolutely worthless. You need coverage guidance, in my opinion, more than anything else. And so that is coming. It's going to be super cool. And Andrew has worked on a web interface for fuzzing. So the idea is that as the fuzzer is running, you will be able to observe the fuzzer run, and you will be able to see which parts of your program is covering. So you know how you have code coverage stuff, right? The point is that fuzzing has some connection with code coverage. Normally, you don't think about the two things as being too connected because the tool chains tend to be completely separate. But the idea is that you basically will see in the web interface which lines your fuzzer is hitting. So that, for example, if you were hoping that the fuzzer would hit certain lines and it doesn't, then you know that you need to tweak something because the fuzzer is unable to get in there where you want it to go. That kind of stuff. So that one is going to be super fucking awesome. Plus, obviously, the fact that the idea is that fuzzing will integrate with Zig tests. So right now, Zig AFL Kit, the integration library that I made, it's pretty good. It's better than nothing, and it does allow you to fuzz stuff. But it doesn't allow you to, but how can I say, it's like a different main function. While instead with native fuzzing support, you will be able to fuzz your tests directly, like your native Zig tests. That's also nice. Keep in mind, not automagically, because you need to explicitly opt into fuzzing. You need to explicitly structure your test as something that accepts inputs from a source of quote unquote randomness, which is actually the fuzzer. So it's not exactly random. It's actually designed to snoop into your code base. To basically trigger different branches, et cetera, like explore the state space of your program. So you will need to do some explicit work, but it's still going to be part of the native way of doing things in Zig. That's going to be super cool. And then ideally, after 0.14 is out, at the same, like in parallel, the work to support more architectures will continue. So at some point, we will finally have ARM 64. Sorry, the vendor wants us to say Arch 64. So we'll have Arch 64 support. Ideally, Arch 64-Mac support, so that I will be able to use it too. Although, you know what? I would personally be happy also with Arch Linux, because I know that Arch macOS requires also linker work to be done on macOS, and that's another, I guess, kind of worm on its own. So I will be happy with Arch Linux, but it would be nice also to have ARM Mac eventually, well, sooner than later, I guess. And then what else? I guess those are the bigger milestones, like the bigger upcoming milestones. I think that once Zig has incremental compilation fully out, Arch Linux shouldn't be a problem. If you have x86-64 Arch, oh wait, was that like a Arch joke? Arch Linux, if you have x86-64 Arch Linux, you're good. If you have a Arch 64 Arch Linux, then you're not good. Does Arch Linux run on Macs? If it works on ARM64, ARch64, it does. I thought only SI Linux works. Oh, because you're talking about like a native Linux. You don't need native Linux. I have a virtual machine. Check this out. This is a virtual machine that's running NixOS, and it's a very good experience. I actually recommend it. It's really not bad at all. Here, there's an old board that I killed. Config.json. What is this? Oh my god, this is so obsolete. Config.zig. I think YouTube defaults to false, so we should be good. I'm just starting Borg to give you an idea how this, like, you see, right? It's like, but this is not just a shell. This is like I'm using i3, but this is like a graphical version of it, and it works beautifully. Yeah, like when you have Linux in a VM, you kind of have the best of both worlds because you can mess with it as much as you want. If you go like on stage and you need to present something and you need to connect to a projector, you never have Linux. You never have Linux moments, because when you're screen sharing, be it in software or through an HDMI cable, you're just screen sharing a Windows right inside your macOS machine, and so you get all the nicey, cool stuffs that macOS has, like polished applications, sometimes that kind of stuff. But then when you need to do some hardcore development, not even that hardcore actually, macOS is becoming, in my opinion, increasingly worse for software development. But whenever you want, a no fuzz setup, then you just Alt tab to macOS to Linux, and you're good. Enum length or size? I don't know. That, like, as the name of the enum, it surprises me. What's your enum? Why does it? What are the cases for your enum? I'm raw dogging Arch. So Asahi Linux seems an interesting project, but I never even considered trying it because at the end of the day, I guess I don't hate macOS enough. I feel like that once you have set up a virtual machine, it's so good. Like the way virtualization works nowadays, you really don't have that big of a performance hit compared to going native. And all these ARM Macs are so powerful. They're really the convenience that you get by having both at your fingertips all the time. I don't know. To me, is unparalleled. Like, also, I feel like that this choice is also particularly nice. The idea that on Linux you have a tiled window manager, and on macOS you have the normal one. So whenever you're doing weird stuff with windows and you want to move them around, you want basically every window to float around. You can do it. And then on Linux, when you want your setup to be very very rigidly structured, you can do it, and it just works. You can have both at the same time. It's amazing. What do you use to run the VM? I use VMware Fusion. More precisely, what you're looking at is the Mitchell Hashimoto setup. So let me see if I can find you a link. I think he has like an old tweet. Yeah. Well, he has a repo. You know what? I'll send you a link to the repo directly. So basically, you copy his public NixOS configuration, and there's a video, there's like instructions to set it up, and then basically, boom, you have it. And what's funny is that it's almost overkill in a sense, because on one hand, NixOS also has snapshots and the ability to roll back changes, etc. But you also get that from the VM itself. So yeah, it's slightly overkill, but you know what? Better too much of this than too little. It's really, really, really a nice experience. Let's see what else were people asking. I think there were other questions that I didn't ask her. That they didn't answer. So let's see. When will vectors be supported by the non-LVM compiler, and when will proper docs be a thing? When will vectors be supported by the non-LVM compiler? Good question. I don't know. I'm actually not up to speed with the state of progress for specific features in custom backends, but it doesn't. It would not surprise me if vectors were being kind of left for last, considering that they are not, as far as I know, they're not really used by the compiler itself. They will, I'm sure, eventually. I mean, the goal, obviously, for all the custom backends is to have 100% behavior test support, and you cannot have 100% behavior test support if you don't implement a language feature. I can tell you also that I'm guessing you were not here, Cash Wasabi, when we did this, but the last stream that I did with Amlag, we were like, he had found a ostensibly simple bug that we could try out on stream, like try out to fix on stream, and then that turned out to be a hornet's nest of oversimplified implementation for vectors mixed with comp time. So basically, he spent a good chunk of the stream to re-implement this stuff correctly, and then after the stream, he had to do a second pass. I don't know if he is even done yet, because some of the assumptions, like we were going off of a comment that was kind of stating what was the correct way of implementing it, and even that was put into question a little bit. So that was the state of things. So long story short, right now vectors are not 100% correct in semantic analysis. Okay? So but it's coming. I don't have a precise deadline though. When will proper docs be a thing? You would need to qualify a little bit better what proper docs means, because we do have some proper docs. There are some missing docs, that's fair. But like the language reference, I would argue, is a proper piece of documentation. The standard library docs, they are not fully proper docs. I could totally agree that they're not quote unquote proper, because they don't rely on semantic analysis. And obviously, whenever you have comp time, not being able to understand semantic analysis is a problem. So when it comes to those, the idea is that once incremental and everything else is up and running, the compiler should start implementing a quote unquote REPL mode, where it basically is able to answer questions about the code base. And so that will be basically the engine that will drive also probably quote unquote proper Autodoc. So that will be, I guess, a thing for 0.16, 0.17, something along those lines. So it's still going to be a while before we get there, but it makes sense, I think. I think the path that the core team is choosing, it makes a lot of sense. Like, if you have seen how freaking fast the compiler builds with incremental, it makes sense that they want to have that, because otherwise, without incremental, their development loop is that they have to wait like 30 seconds before they can get a compiler error whenever they're developing, compared to instant. And that generally has an impact on how quickly you can expect other features to be built. So it's kind of like investing in research in a RPG game instead of RTS game, instead of like pumping out more soldiers. So you wait a moment, you stop pumping out soldiers for a brief moment, put some resources in research, and then after that you can keep pumping out soldiers, but then they will be much more effective. That's kind of what's going on here. I have a question about the Zigzag. What's your take on avoid local maximums? I read some explanation on Reddit that it means don't settle on a solution, keep improving. Well, the idea, the terminology, like the definition of a local maximum is that it's a good solution, but not the best solution. If you imagine like a graph, in your graph, you assume that higher means better, then you can have a situation kind of like this. I have too many. I have too much crap open. Time to discard everything and restart. So if you have a graph and you have something like this, you could have this situation, and so you explore solutions, and things here things are bad, but then you find something where you see, oh, I found this solution that is clearly better than any other similar solution in the vicinity. So you look at all the vicinity right here and say, holy shit, I found the total best solution. But turns out that there was an even better solution than there, and you didn't know. So the idea is, well, if you don't know, then you don't know. But if you kind of know that there is, in theory, a much better solution, but getting to the much better solution requires a ton of work, what Avoid Local Maximum says is that be willing to do the work, be willing to dismantle this good thing, good but not best thing, be willing to go through the pain to the land of rebuilding, to the desert of rebuilding. This is the desert of rebuilding. And then you can finally enjoy the promised peak. I guess that's kind of the idea. Let's see, that's a good tip. Actually, a friend recently got a Mac, and his company was complaining about now how Mac is kind of weird. It is. I just suggested him to use a VM. Yeah, I've used VMs in the past, and the experience has not always been, the best possible. But with this setup, I really have no complaints. I remember in the past trying to juggle like a Windows virtual machine, etc., and it kind of working, blah blah blah, but not being perfect. But like this setup is just so good. I love the setup from Mitchell. I don't know. Maybe eventually I will move away to something else, but it will definitely be a while before I do. That's for sure. How is GPU Zig going? I think that Snackturn has made some progress, but I don't know how much progress he has made. As far as I know, there is nothing particularly sparkling going on there, meaning there is no ton of activity going on. I might be wrong. I might be missing out on some things, but I haven't heard any big update at all recently on that subject. Andrew wrote, in this release cycle, all prerequisites for issue for REPL have been done. We can work on the compiler server in the 0.15 release cycle. Let's go. Incremental compilation is marked for 0.14 or later. 0.14 will have some incremental support behind the flag, so you will be able on x86 64 Linux to run incremental compilations in 0.14. But incremental compilation will not guarantee that it is guaranteed to work, or at least it should work well enough if you do no emit bin. So you're running it, but you're not trying to produce an executable. You're just basically trying to have the fastest possible run of semantic analysis. That will work on x86 64 Linux. If you want to also have that thing output an executable, then also another point, incremental no emit bin and the -- watch flag. So the idea is the compiler stays on between runs. There is no support yet for serializing the state to disk, I've been told. And because if you do incremental without watch, what happens is that the compiler uses incremental, but then serializes the state to disk. And then when you do another run of incremental, it will try to load that state from disk. But I believe that that's not supported yet. So it only supports, keeping this stuff in memory. So you have to do -- watch, which, I mean, at the end of the day, it's kind of what you want to do by default when it comes to incremental. normally you just want to keep it on and have the thing automatically update every time you save a file. So that will be supported for x86 for Linux with no fno emit bin, because with femit bin, well, when emitting bins, oh shit, Abner invited me. We're finally able to do it. But if I press the button here, this is not gonna work. Oh no. Okay, one sec. Let me close this. Actually, I'm not sure if I should close this. Oh god. Hmm. I saw that message, so I'm assuming that he invited me, but he did not write anything. I tried to do the knock thing, but it doesn't work. I got an error message from Twitch. Because I mean, of course, how else would that pan out? Knock to ask Abner to collaborate. You can join the stream. Join Abner Coimbra, get started. Oh, Abner, can you hear me? Oh. Yeah, I need to do the same on my end. So you are now, people can now hear you on my stream as well.
Nice. We're using chat. We're using this feature called Twitch Guest Star. It's somewhat recent. It came out last year. Twitch Guest Star lets you lets both of us stream and collaborate together. We have like a little backstage web page, backstage Twitch page that shows our chats and all of us together. And it even gives like Twitch notifications on your phone that Loris has joined my stream. Nice integration with that. So, okay. Now let me see if the chat hears you. I don't know yet. Give me a second. Not now. Krista. He's a little quiet. Okay.
Oh, I'm a little quiet. Yeah, okay.
Hold on. I have maximized. I'm going to maximize everything on my side.
I'm wondering if I maybe should do this from the Mac. Would it be a problem if I close this and reopen it?
Hopefully not.
Okay. People on my chat are saying that they're fine with my volume on your stream. Okay, let me think for a moment if that's what I want to do, because yeah, because I'm guessing you will want to share your screen, right? So that I can see, or at least, okay, you know what?
So you can see what I'm doing, yeah.
Yeah, I think this is better. Okay, give me a sec. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay, let's see if we can make this work. So I actually waited and not clicked the button here. I should have clicked the button here right away, I guess. So let's do it. Okay. Okay, one sec. Yeah, I can't hear me for now. Microphone settings. Let's see. Choose a microphone. Allow. Test, test. Can you hear me? Test, test, test. Yeah. Okay, Abner, you should be able to hear me. How is it? Testing. Hello, hello, hello. Testing, testing, testing. Hello, hello. It's good. Fair enough. I hear nothing. Oh, no. Quiet. It sounds the same. I mean, it is. I'm from a different computer, but it's actually the same interface. It has like two USB cables. This is like a Zoom call. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can okay. Don't go too hard on it. Yeah, nice. Perfect, I guess. Okay. Okay. Cool. No problem. No problem. Mm, I see. No problem. Makes sense. Mm-hmm. Yeah. 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 Mm-hmm. Yeah. 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 I just realized that if you want to see my camera, then I will need to use the other computer. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, that sounds good. Cool. Okay, I see it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. 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 It's called zine. Um, a zine, like magazine, fanzine, just the final words, zine. And then the website is -ssg.io. Yeah, with a dash, not a dot. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't hate to own ssg.io. That would be cool. Yeah, I would argue that Zine is still alpha software, as the yellow warning box tells you. So it's not perfect, and definitely there are like some potential compromises or like potential annoyance that comes from that. But at the same time, ironically, the state of tooling for development of static websites is so abysmal that I got right now to a point which again it's really far from where I want to be. Like we're really far from a hypothetical 1.0. But despite that, I think that it's still compelling. Even in this state, it's already compelling. Like the idea is that if you use Zine, you will have access to some things that you can do with Markdown that you cannot even dream of in Hugo. And the templating language is also, man, so much nicer than what you get from Hugo. So I guess my argument is this: knowing full well that it's not perfect, it's alpha software. My bet is that you can trying it out will still give you a better experience than Hugo today. Yeah. Yeah, sure. So so I basically let's start from the templating language. Super HTML is my templating language. So the idea is normally, well, with Hugo, your templates are probably some normal HTML plus some curly brace stuff, right? Here, for example, there's an example. Like you look at the code example. This is kind of what your stuff looks like in Hugo, I'm guessing. But look at what this thing is doing. So like in this example, yeah, like there's an if, and the if is like adding a closing tag and an open tag. And at the end of the day, everything turns out fine in this example. But like you can do so much weird stuff with templating languages that work like this, where sometimes if your conditionals are like complicated enough, you're not even sure that you're always outputting valid HTML. Like not even like formally valid HTML, like the more sophisticated stuff. I mean like the basic syntax. Like you might even leave open tags because you're trying to script an attribute and you forget something somewhere. So Super HTML doesn't work like this. If you scroll down a little bit more, you will see that it's basically designed to make it impossible for you to express stuff that way. And instead, for example, the code above would look completely different in Super HTML. I don't know if you scroll down more, if there's going to be an example. But in any case, it will show you basically also the tooling. So for example, developer tooling, if you set up your editor with LSP support, or at least you enable format on save, then the auto formatter will tell you when you write wrong HTML, and it will auto format the HTML for you. Yeah, you might be surprised. This stuff is not, it's available in text editors that are like designed for, for developing HTML. So like, what's it called? Like WebStorm, for example. But if you're using anything else, like if you're using a normal text editor, you don't get any of these, not even VS Code. Or rather, now you do because you can get Super HTML in VS Code. But before that, somehow this was not done. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah, it's the same principle. Yeah, no, continue what you were about to say. Continue with that. Yeah, you can, but I won't allow you to. Okay, scroll up. Yeah. Scroll up so I can guide you through this example because it's kind of funny. You don't have to read the text. Just go to the first example in that list of examples. I will basically convey by voice what the text says. So let's say that you want to have in one page. So this is not a general layout choice for your entire website, but you have one page where at some point, like one paragraph in the middle of your content, needs to be 2 columns. If you have a static set generator that supports common mark, so like this would be basically I guess a vanilla thing. You can use inline HTML to obtain 2 columns. So you put inline HTML like this and it works. Here's the funny thing. The funny thing is that for the markdown parser, these are the HTML elements that you see there. They are like 3 HTML nodes, and all 3 of them contain malformed HTML. They don't get validated at all. It just so happens that then, yeah, it just so happens that then when they get stitched together at the end, they all end up forming correct HTML because the divs that you open at the top that you never close, you do close them at the bottom. But for the parser has no idea that was your intent. He doesn't know anything. So if you scroll down, there's also other examples. If you're using MDX, which is something that some JavaScript site generators use, they also have a way of doing it, which is kind of the same. It's just better type checked because it's JSX. Scroll down a little bit more and you're going to see Hugo, your beloved. You do this. Yeah, for embeds, it's fine. For embeds, I would argue it's not a crime. But I have used Hugo to basically create divs. Or maybe, I don't remember if I called certain shortcodes straight up div, but they were like boxes and the concept of a row and columns, those kind of things. And it's ugly. It gets ugly real fast. So scroll down and you will see how you pull this off in SuperMD. That's how it works. SuperMD, no, scrolling out too much. A little bit less, a little bit less. Ah, go up, go up, go up. This is it. Okay, yeah. So 2columns.smd. This is what you write in your document when you want to create a 2-column layout. So basically, you're using this link syntax, but instead of a URL, you put an expression. You put $section.id, blah, blah, blah. So the idea is that basically in SuperMD, link syntax gets hijacked and can optionally be used to basically create, to basically embed concepts. I call them rendering directives. They could be in the most basic form. It could be like a Vimeo embed. It could be a YouTube embed, for example. But in a more sophisticated fashion, it would be something like the concept of sections. So here you are defining 2 sections. And then check this out. There's this other mind-blowing idea where your markdown doesn't have to be rendered entirely as one thing that needs to be placed in one point of your template and there is no other option. In here, the idea is that by defining sections, your template can grab a specific section and put it in the correct place of the layout. So that allows you basically to split the rendering of markdown if that's what you want. Yeah. 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 The usage looks like that you basically have a project that looks a lot like a Hugo project. Like the structure is very similar because it is definitely inspired by Hugo. And then you run Zig build, and in your output folder, you have your generated website. Internally, yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Abner, go to the top and go into the getting started section, and that will basically make you down. So you have Zig 014 right now, right? Or do you have Zig 013? Because it made you okay. Okay. Okay, whichever is fine. In any case, it's not going to be a problem. So, okay, if you can pull up Zig 013 just for now for this exercise, then great. If it takes time, then we can find another way. Maybe start with Zig version. Yeah. Okay, you have 14 dev. Yeah. Yeah, you're going to have assets, you're going to have content, you're going to have layouts. Yeah. Content works mostly the same. Yeah. Yeah, I think that might be it. Yeah, Hugo might not be maximally fast, but in general, it's a fine tool in my experience. Hmm. Let me see. In the meantime, here, you know what I can do for you? I can create a branch of the Zine website that has 0.14 support. I haven't published yet everything to 0.14 because it's still a moving target. It's not officially out. So yeah. It does contain some games. Hmm. Yeah. Okay. Here's the funny thing, Abner. There's only one thing that you need to do to be able to use Zig 0.14. You basically need to clone the website repository like the web page tells you to do, but you then update the Zig dependency, and then nothing else needs to change apparently. Go to zinssg.io because it contains all the instructions there. Okay, click get started. You have the Zig compiler. Ignore the 0.13 stuff. We're going to go with 0.14. Okay, git clone, enter the directory, but don't Zig build serve yet. Uh, mhm. Okay, you can enter. Okay, now in here you need to run the command to update our dependency. So you need to run zig fetch dash dash save. Yeah, there's more stuff. Zig fetch dash dash save, and then git plus. No, like this, and then https colon slash slash github.com/christophit/zine. So we're basically updating the dependency on the static site generator to the tip of master branch. Okay, go for it. Oh, you put a space between git and plus. There is no space between git and plus. Sorry. Yeah, no space after git plus. Sorry. Mm. Oh, oh, you can't put it on the line. Yeah, yeah. Okay, now you should be able to do Zig build serve. And now we're gonna see how my file watcher works on Windows because I never tested because I never run this stuff on Windows. So let's go. So yeah, it's downloading a bunch of dependencies. Okay. Oh, build content.zig. Your Zig 014 is a little bit old. How do you update it? I'm not joking. I am serious. Yes. No, Zig 014 update Zig 014. You have to sooner or later. Just do it. uh-huh. Latest and greatest. So yeah, pick one from this line 3204, right? Let me see which one do I have. Yeah, I have the same 3204. Yeah. Mm-hmm. People in chat are asking what makes Zig special. I don't know, man. What makes Zig special? It can cross-compile stuff. That's nice. It's a self-contained toolchain. That's also really nice because it means that you can, as long. Okay, right now we're fiddling with a unstable build of a compiler because there's an upcoming release, so it's a good time for us to upgrade, even though it's not yet fully set in stone. But then like if you're slightly optimistic and you imagine a future not too far into the future, but like a future where Zig becomes fully stable, then it's literally just you clone stuff, you run Zig build, and it just works every single time. It doesn't happen automatically. You have to put in the work to make sure the cross compilation works. But then when it works, it works. So that's kind of the idea. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, hopefully. Yeah. It's time. Can't we do the same in C? Do it. Like, jokes aside, okay. I'm saying this not necessarily in a aggressive way. Like, this is actually a valuable exploration. Explore what it takes to pull off cross compilation in C. It is possible. It's not impossible. But you will find that the tool chains are like very annoying when it comes to this stuff. They for a variety of reasons, they really do not help you. There is so much annoying behavior that you have to deal with, and so many bad choices by people done over the ages. So yeah, Abner, go for it. Like we're waiting. Like this wait is actually killing me. Please run Zig build serve. I need to know. Also, because if there's another error, then we need to solve it. What did you do? While Abner installed things, a small question complaint: why are training spaces sometimes significant for SuperMD? Oh, Andinath. If only. So the answer is that because they are significant in Markdown. So with Zine, I've been a good boy and I've implemented my own parsers for everything except Markdown. I have my own parser for HTML. I have my own parser for the Ziggy JSON replacement format. Everything written from scratch. But for Markdown, I didn't do it. For Markdown, I'm basically hijacking the normal Markdown parser and like attaching behavior on top of it. I did so because, well, writing a a compliant Markdown parser is kind of an insane behavior. Oh, there you go. Yeah, it's kind of an insane behavior, and sorry, it's an insane thing to do, and I didn't want to attempt it. And so my idea is to basically experiment with how I wanted to be able to experiment with my design idea because I had it in my mind, but I didn't have the opportunity to try it out. So right now, basically, you are running a Markdown parser, and in Markdown trailing spaces, like space, and then a new line is a different type of new line than just new line. Like in Markdown, if there's just a new line, that doesn't become an actual new line in the output. But if you have space new line, then yes, that has significant meaning. Abner, are you still alive? Oh no. I think we might have lost Abner. You know what? Maybe this might be an opportunity to switch out to the other thing. The problem is that if I switch to the other thing, then I won't be able to show his screen share on screen. No, I will. Oh, it's actually the better choice. So I'm gonna do it. No, I missed the answer. Oh no. Okay, let me see. I'm gonna close this and open it on the other side. That's probably what I should do. Yeah, I joined the session from somewhere else. It is indeed true that I did. Okay, so we need to Abner. We need for Abner to come back. But in the meantime, I can set up my stuff. I think I can start the virtual camera. There we go. Oh my god, it's flicking. Why? Huh. Let's see if Abner can come back. Oh,
Okay, hi, Loris.
hey Abner. Okay, we're back.
Hey, I think you're pretty much back. Hold on. Let's confirm with the.
I took that as an opportunity also to.
I see. Much more. Cam. There we go. We're learning for future streams too.
Yeah.
A lot of mistakes were made. Sorry about that. Okay, I'm going to
okay.
Chat.
We're back.
Yes, we're back. Let me pull up the chat.
Also, I think I will need your screen share again to be able to see what you're doing. So yeah, sorry, Andy Nath. To conclude, Markdown is a problematic file form, problematic format. I agree. I don't love Ashidoc, if I have to be honest, but I totally agree that Markdown is underwhelming. My plan for now was to use an existing Markdown parser to test my ideas and then basically break off from it. You might want to take a look at I don't remember what's called, DJ maybe, PJ. There's like the creator of Markdown made like a Markdown 2 thing, like a Markdown sequel thing designed to like solve those issues, but I don't know about it. Did Abner fall off again? Abner, I cannot hear you. You're not in the thing. I don't know if I maybe I am somehow. I don't know. No, I think you're only seeing my camera. Oh, you can? Okay, cool. Then I cannot hear you. I think you kind of like it's as if you left the voice call. I suspect that this stream together thing is not like super good at being resilient. Oh, by the way, this okay. So now this shared chat works. That's awesome. So I can see in Bork also your chat. That's cool. That's now working. Here's my suggestion, Abner. You have a tab where you can open like the Twitch, the thing where we are in a call together, right? I think that if you leave it and you rejoin it, oh, there we go. Hello.
Okay. Hello, testing.
Yes, it's working. It's
probably
working.
can't.
Welcome back.
Oh, well then. What the fuck? Now, to be fair to Twitch, last year they said this is a brand new feature and it's still in beta. I don't know if it's still in beta, but you know, you can hear me. That's the important part. As long as the chat can hear me too. Okay. I'm going to cautiously share my screen.
Yeah. Let's see if I can
do
send
think
a
sharing my
message.
screen caused the problem.
Let's see if I can send a message to both chats now. Holy cow, I can. Let's go.
Oh, that's an amazing feature. That's new.
Yeah, you actually enabled now at some point shared chat, and it works pretty well. It's nice.
Oh my god. Okay, so that means I can shut down this other chat over here. Okay. This is awesome. All right. I'll shut this one down too. And I'm going to share my screen and see if you can see my screen.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed. Select screen 1. Allow.
You dropped off. Is this a Firefox moment? Oh, so you okay? Now you're back. Hey, Abner, can you hear me? Yeah, I cannot. So I don't know if people can hear me in Abner's stream, but I cannot hear Abner. No, the moment he tried to screen share, he kind of dropped off. Yeah, this could be better, huh? I guess it could also be worse, but it could also be better. Yeah, sorry, Abner. I hope that I'm not speaking on you too much. I just cannot hear you. I think. Yeah, sorry. I think that. Oh, let's see. I asked to join him. What a mess. Thank you, Twitch, I guess. Oh my god, he's showing on his stream that he has like 10,000 things running at the same time. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Abner.
Oh my god.
I think this is gonna be the good one. This is it. I feel it in my bones. We can't go wrong. It's impossible.
Chrome is the answer. Okay. Now we go over here. Let me see if I can see the chat. Silence during stream is scary. When the streamer is not talking, no background music. Yeah, sorry. Sorry. All right. And now all I need to do is share my screen somehow.
Right.
I'm scared, but this is Chrome. This is Chrome. Let's see. All right.
But by the way, I'll say something in favor of the poor people working on at Twitch. WebRTC stuff sometimes is also the browser's fault. I have experienced Firefox misbehaving in the past when doing WebRTC stuff.
But also, Twitch, can you stop giving me pop-ups while I'm trying to do stuff? I'm trying to do something, and then you're like, try this thing, try that thing, automod this. It's like, calm down. Okay. Entire screen, and then screen 1, share.
Oh no, it happened again. The moment you press share, you disappear from the call. Yeah, I don't know. Let me try to reload. I'll reload the page out of curiosity. Abner, can you hear me? No. Or rather, maybe, but I cannot hear you. He has an endless spinner. Sorry, I have his stream open on another tab. He has like this endless spinner going around. Yeah, basically the WebRTC connection is failing to establish. It's just so crappy. Hey.
Okay, no more sharing of screen. No more.
Yeah, no more. Holy cow. I'm also thinking
This is impossible to debug though.
I have an idea, Abner. What if you screen share through Discord? We enter a call in Discord, we mute ourselves, and you just screen share in there.
Okay. I'm nervous.
Well, the reason I'm proposing this is because I was watching your stream and I'm like lagging enough behind
lagging
that it would be
significantly, yeah.
problematic. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay. All right, let's do this. Oh my god.
I'll show you. In any case, for the next time, I'll show you another setup that is pretty nice, in my opinion.
You are more experienced with your Zig Showtime and everything. So.
Yeah, I found a tool that I liked. It's called Video.Ninja. It's pretty nice. Still WebRTC based, but haven't had any trouble with it so far. Okay, whenever you want, call me.
But just so you know, like the Zig is the latest Zig is installed.
Yeah.
Terminal click detects it, no problem. And I'm gonna do Zig serve in the meantime. So
yeah.
Wait, no, it's Zig serve or not?
Zig build serve.
Zig build serve. Okay. Oh gosh. And then I'm kind of doing it before I share my screen. I'm and I'll tell you what I'm getting in just a second. So the chat can see it. I want the chat to like see something awesome. It's got a lot farther than before. So that's exciting. Ooh, it's doing a lot of interesting stuff. Also, chat, remember that, this is a laptop. I'm streaming from a laptop too, and the stream setup is very CPU heavy. Otherwise, this would be a lot faster, right? But it is doing stuff here.
Yeah. Well, the first build.
Let me go to Discord.
Yeah, the first build is slow because you're building a release version of the toolchain.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, do you want to start the call on Discord? I'll accept.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now watch also the Discord call not happen. Okay.
So just join call, right? I think.
Yeah, join call. Mute yourself.
Yep. Mute it.
Okay.
And then share screen.
Share screen. Let's go. Please, Discord gods.
I'm gonna share, go live. I'm sharing.
It's working. It's working. I see it.
Thank God. And then
okay. Oof.
Yeah, my CPU is burning like crazy.
Yeah, there was a moment of echo.
All right.
I solved it. No worries, people in my chat.
Yes. Lord is not to blame. I am the Twitch kind of like host today, and I apologize to everybody for all these mistakes. And the stream together feature has quirks too, though. But it's my fault for trusting it 100%. It should have just been like 75% trust or something. 70%.
Giovanni is asking if I recommend any Zig version manager. I use ZigUp because it's very basic and I like it. Like it is like simple and straight to the point. So I personally like it. In general, like you shouldn't be ashamed or afraid to manage your Zig installation manually. That said, I understand wanting some convenience. ZigUp is good. ZVM is also fine. I just use ZigUp personally.
Nice.
Okay, so we're waiting for the release fast
yes, sir.
build of layout. So layout is right now, the executable name is not the best, but for now, layout is the executable that does everything. Originally, I had multiple executables and they were doing different things and chatting with one another through the Zig build system. But lately, I realized that it was a better idea to fuse everything into a single executable. And the way forward is going to be for me to get rid of my dependency on the Zig build system. So you will still be able to use the integrate Zine with the Zig build system if you want, but it won't be necessary anymore. So like in the future, you will download the Zine executable. There you go. Now you're like running. There we go.
Hey. Okay.
It's working.
I'm writing down. Loris knows this. I always write. For those who don't know, if you ever want to ship software, believe it or not, don't use software in the to write down your notes. That's just my opinion. Like I write everything on notebooks. I have like a stack of notebooks just for terminal click, and everything that Loris is telling me today about Zine, I have been writing down. So cool. Okay, listening on port, localhost 1990. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's take a look. Let's see. It's always scary to. I hope my passwords don't show up. I don't think they will. Okay. So let's go to here. Boom. Localhost 1990.
Yeah. There we go.
Okay. Nice default website.
Yeah, it's the it's the official website, basically. That's what you get as your sample website. I mean, under documentation, there's also instructions on how to start from scratch. So like you create file by file, all the stuff that's necessary. But if you want like an example that you can try right away, this works. Oh, people are asking to see the screen shared. God damn it. There it is. That is a good point, right? I don't think I can because
good feature request on the feature request make URLs clickable. That's extremely easy.
No, wait, I'm saying something stupid. Of course I can. Oh my god. Wait, guys, I'm gonna solve this. Okay, give me a sec. Of course I can solve this. What am I saying? Of course I can. So let me see.
I'm gonna run a different instance with. So that's the beep that people hear. I kind of want to fix that beep real quick. So let's kill the thing and then run it. There it is. No more beeping. Okay. And then again, the theme should be retro. No, let's go for 4-quarter again and then find Zine one more time. Sorry. So Zine. And so what you're saying, Odinath, is that the same way that you can click on folders or files, it should be the same for URLs. You click on the URL, it opens up your default browser, right? Like we can do that. That's fine. I wrote it down. So, yeah, here we go. One more time. So zine. Oh, I have a question for myself. So retro mode, and let's try from command.exe or PowerShell. Let's go to PowerShell and Zig version. Yep. Okay. Zig build serve. Nice. And now I kind of have it like hanging around over there. Right?
Yeah, and you can keep it there, and then now you can start editing your website if you want.
Precisely. So,
And now we can watch
where
the
would
file
I
watcher
start?
fail horribly
Yeah.
on Windows. Yeah.
Where would I start?
I don't know. Go into content, go index.smd, see what's in there, change something, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, I have nothing to open it with.
It's a markdown file, kind of, right? So
let's go with Sublime Text, I suppose. I mean, I have Vim too. I'm usually used to Vim, so why not? And it recognizes the same text, so that's nice. Okay. Wow. So tell me about this. Is this part of Super MD syntax or?
Okay, so you remember that you had a front matter also in Hugo Markdown files,
Yep.
right? That wasn't. It is kind of part of Markdown, kind of not. Depends on how you want to define it. But in your case, you had +++, right? So actually, you didn't have YAML front matters. You had TOML front matters.
It was TOML. You're right about that. Yeah.
Yes. When I was designing this thing, I kind of, if you're using Markdown, you kind of have to choose between YAML, JSON, or TOML, right? And so my choice was neither of them. If you open your web browser, so just you can see how deep goes the rabbit hole. Open a new tab and go to Ziggy. I think it's -lang.io. So I made my own JSON replacement format. It has trailing commas. It has a distinction between a struct and a map, which basically is a distinction between when a you're missing the top left edge of the screen. Are you guys?
Oh, that is.
Oh, you are. Wait a second.
Oh, hold on. I think it's because.
No, I think you're good. I think they're right. I think this is on me somehow. Let me double check.
Yeah, I think I'm okay. It seems good on my side.
Yeah. It wasn't me. Okay, I fixed it.
So your front matter is using Ziggy, which you also wrote.
Yes. So you don't have to worry about it too much. In any case, it's like the syntax is, I mean,
somebody's going for Zig supremacy here. I see.
One of the usual ones. I mean, JSON, no, thank you. YAML, god damn it, no, thank you. TOML, no. I don't hate TOML, but I don't love it either.
I use TOML for the most part these days, but I'll take a look at Ziggy. And I guess if I'm going to use Zine, it sounds like I'm going to be using a little bit of Ziggy anyway. So
yeah, you're going to put it in the front matters, but you don't have to worry too much about that.
Tell me about the tags. What about these tags?
By the way, Abner, can you enable shared chat? Because with
what is that?
So go into the panel where like we're in a voice call, and then you should have voice chat to the right somewhere, and like you can press a button to enable it, because the way we have both chats together.
Let me see.
Yeah. By the way, thank you, Bitwatcher, for catching all the screen sharing mistakes that I made.
Okay, so we're talking about the stream together Twitch feature thingy. So,
yeah. On the right side, you should have like share chat, and you can press a button to enable it.
Okay, one second.
Thankfully,
I mean, I can show you. Hold on, look. I can show you what I have.
Yeah, so, okay, at the bottom, instead of chat, press manage. And then start sharing chat. There we go. And then you can go back to chat if you want.
We're
Perfect.
learning so many things. This is
Okay.
awesome. Okay.
So yeah, it has its own format. In reality, if you want, I don't know what your Vim thinks this is exactly, because it's doing a good job at highlighting it, but I think it's kind of like auto-detecting that it's Markdown, maybe.
I think so.
But there's also like there's explicit support for this stuff. Like if you update Vim frequently enough, you will get support for these file formats because it has been merged already. Yeah, like New Vim has added for a while now. For example, Helix has it.
I'm curious about the editing process. So terminal click is a native emulator for Windows, Mac, and Linux. Let's move beyond that text together. And then I just want to...
You can kill everything else, I guess, at the bottom, or you decide.
Yeah, join the beta. Join the closed beta in one of two ways. Let's try some Markdown. So just the little dash here and be like, Discord. Discord. Let's do a link. So click /Discord. And then email us.
Feature requests make URLs clickable if they aren't already. They should be. I have enabled support for smart links.
Oh, it will be mailed to. I wonder if it should catch everything. Mail to abner@terminal.click. In fact, I would just put the email as the front matter, as the front-facing text, and then. Yep.
Okay.
I don't know, copyright. I'm just messing around for now. Copyright 2025.
Yeah. I have one thing that I want to show you once you have successfully done a first edit.
Yep. Okay. So I'm going to save that. And in fact, let's just... There we go. Terminal click is beta software. Using TC, in fact, I might as well. Using TC today means participating in its development. I'm just going to steal that for now. The tags, like, I don't know.
Those tags so far they are available to you programmatically, but unless you wire them into a template somehow, they will not show up anywhere, which is why you saw those default values there.
Yeah. Now what do I do?
Now in
file
theory,
change triggered a successful build.
Yeah.
It's all happening on Windows, man. Okay, so
let's see.
Let's see. I guess I have to maybe refresh. Oh.
Yeah, you had to refresh.
Okay.
I don't know why the thing did not pick it up. Maybe something got borked in the JavaScript thing. But basically, there's a JavaScript listener. Like in theory, try to make another change and see if it gets picked out automatically. That's what the workflow should be.
Yeah. Testo presto. And interesting.
Yeah, it seems like it doesn't get picked up. Whoa. Yeah.
Wait, it might have done it.
Oh, it did.
It did.
Okay, it was a little bit slow.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's probably my machine. Yeah.
Let me show you the next thing. So let's create a new page, okay? So let's create a page where you talk about, I don't know, you decide what page you want to create. So like a second page, I don't know.
Let's make it like just an about page should be just fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
That sounds good. I think I technically have already an about page, but I guess my goal is to create a new one. No, I think it's called community. Yeah, let's create a page called about. That sounds good to me.
Yes. Okay, let's do it. So let's go back to the, hold on. Terminal. Hold on. I was testing your links, the links to everything. So like, obviously it works, but
Mhm.
Discord links work. The Mail2 link works too, which is cool. Okay. Let's make the font a little bigger. Okay.
Andina is saying, for me, it takes a while to live reload too. Yeah, I'm sorry. It takes less for me normally. It's definitely not as fast as it could be or should. But I suspect that Windows is particularly annoying when it comes to this stuff because there's a bunch of files that need to be rechecked for this, and on Linux it tends to be cheaper than on Windows.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that said, this is the kind of stuff that moving to a single standalone executable will make significantly better. Right now, it's because we're going through the Zig build system every single time, and that's kind of overkill.
Wrong.
Serve without the R.
Yeah. There you go. And then we can make a new page here, right?
Yeah, in content.
Maybe call in about.md, maybe?
Yeah, but...
Oh, sorry, not touch.
Yeah, about.md. Okay.
All right. Windows doesn't have touch. Damn it.
Just do...
What's the equivalent of touch on Windows? I don't know.
Oh my god. Can't you like do Vim about.md? Does that
sure.
work?
Yeah, I can do that. Here we are.
Okay. You might want to copy the boilerplate from home. Well, from index.
From index.
Johnny Marler has Windows Core utils. He has the entire Linux toolchain available, toolkit available for Windows. That's cool.
Damn.
Okay, call it about. Everything else seems fine. You will want to give it a different layout, but we'll see about that in a moment. Actually, maybe I can spoil that info for you. So we need a page for a layout for a generic page, right? A page that isn't the index. So use page.shtml in layout.
Okay, so page should be enough. I think I understand now.
Yeah, it's a different layout.
Starting to click for me, but yes. Okay.
Yeah. So as content, I don't know. You can delete everything. Just create a title like an h1 tag. Hi, I'm up there. Something simple. You're gonna copy for your stuff? Yeah, that works.
Might as well. We're literally making a new website. That's exciting. So content about. Boom. Yeah. Look at the differences. It's not that much actually, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, that sounds great.
Oh no, not this one. This short code.
Yep.
This is my embed of, so delete that for now, I guess, right?
Yeah, maybe, you know what? Maybe we can look at this as the next thing. I just wanted to show you another thing first. So cut it out.
Is there a way to comment it out? Okay.
No. I could allow HTML comments, but I haven't done that yet, and I don't know if I want to. No. I don't know I don't think that works. I think you know what? You leave it there and see what the static site generator has to say.
Let's take a look. That's interesting. I think if I call gvim, it should not. My terminal click should not be kind of like waiting for it. It should just detach. I'm gonna write that down. Detach from thing. Okay. By the way, guys, the Windows port of terminal click was the worst port of all. It was difficult as fuck. Okay, click that. So it has the most glitch quirks here and there. Okay, so gvim, that's good. And then we go to retro, and file change triggered a successful build.
Oh, so I am allowing comments. God damn it!
Sounds like you are. I don't know.
I'm too lenient. Okay, So,
but there's no about page. Oh, never mind. This is like a navigation thing that I have to like
yeah, you would have to
edit
update it.
later. Yeah. Okay.
404 not found. Interesting. I think your file is not being picked up. Try to restart the build out of curiosity.
Sure. Hold on. That might have actually done it though. Or not. Okay. Let's just restart everything just in case. Guys, my CPU is crying. You know, I'm on a laptop. It's not the newest laptop in the world. The CPU is crying with my stream, okay? Like 1080p, whatever.
Johnny wants a pairing session to fix all the Windows code. Oh, god damn it.
Yeah. Let's try this again. So, okay. I mean, it sounds like it picked up the whole HTML comment thing, though. So, hold on. Okay, and then /about.
Yeah.
Oh,
is it actually called about?
Maybe that's the problem.
Oh, no, I know what the problem is now. So, you remember how you called your file probably about.md?
Yeah.
It's smd. I actually stared at you doing it and I didn't say anything because my brain wasn't connected. Yeah.
Okay.
I should probably just make it a compile error to have any markdown file in that subdirectory, just to help people catch these type of errors. Yeah, Bitwatcher knew. Bitwatcher was on the thing right away. Yeah, scroll up and see the error.
Markdown syntax error.
Yeah, now you're scrolling too much up. But yeah,
markdown syntax error. This.
Yeah.
Forbidden. HTML is forbidden.
Yep. Not even comments. Sorry.
At least you say it. Yeah. And then for my own, because we're both, yours is alpha minus beta. I'm checking out some stuff on the layout of the grid. This looks correct. I like that. And if I finish, okay. Yeah. All right. So good. All right. So question.
Yeah.
If this failed, do I have to rerun Zig build serve, or does it have a graceful recovery?
No, I'll tell you the problem right now. So the first build has to succeed. When the first build succeeds, then it always stays open, even if it fails at some point. But when you invoke it, it needs to succeed.
Yeah.
So go delete that pesky line. Also, okay, make sure that you're editing the right file, and then
yes,
go delete that pesky line.
And then we're gonna get rid of this HTML comment. Boom.
Yeah.
By the way, I have to go in 5 minutes to chat. Sorry, so I forgot. So I have to run. Loris, give me just a second to kind of like promote this. So for those in the chat in Loris's stream, which I'm grateful that you're here. I run Handmade Cities, and I have meetups. We have meetups, and I live in Seattle. So Seattle's mailing list. And we also run co-working sessions. So you can see right here, that my staff member, Phil, he's the one that usually runs them on Wednesdays. Today is Wednesday. But he is also a game developer, and he has a lot of deadlines to hit for his project, for his company. So he can't run the co-working session today, which means that I am in charge of running it. And it's literally in 5 minutes. So hopefully I get to do a little bit more with Loris today. 5 minutes. But I hope we can stream in future occasions too.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, what I wanted to show you is going to take less than 5 minutes.
Yes.
Okay, so you created the page.
Sir.
Everything succeeded, right?
I haven't checked. So I'm saved. I eliminated the thing. And
right.
Then I think I have to Zig serve again. So we'll just serve. Oh, no. Wrong. Yeah. Okay. There you go.
Okay.
And
see if it exists.
Go into, yes. Hey, oh, I didn't even have to press enter, by the way. It just did it. Like it just
Yeah,
refreshed.
that's
It
the
auto
that's the
refreshed.
browser. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
Let's say
Nice.
now that you want to link from the front page to the about page in Markdown, not in the template. You will want to do that in the template as well, because you will want to change the website heading. But for now, let's imagine that you want on the front page to, for example, you want to say, where you say Abner Coimbre, I think at some point you mentioned your name. Let's link that to the about page as a test. Not necessarily because it's a good idea in general, but let's do that as a test.
So we'll do it from the index file then, I think?
Yes. We go to index.smd and we edit that one.
Oh, just so you guys know, like this is an actual exit code status that you get from Windows. Not a nice 0 or 1 or 2, you know, from like Linux. You get like this hex it's a hex. I should have like a hex view for it. Yeah, and then you can go to the Microsoft documentation to see what the result was. This is basically Control C. I killed it with Control C. Anyway, so let's open up, as you said. Well, first, let's just have, whoa. Is this running or not? Let me just cancel it just in case. And then Zig build serve from here.
Okay.
Okay, now it's working. Yeah, now it's working. Okay. Then we do index.
Yep.
And I think I'll just do it from gvim. So index.smd.
Okay. So you want to link to the other page. Show me how you would do it normally.
Yes. To link from the other page, I would say, maybe from here, instead of testo presto, we'll say learn more about us here, for example. And then it would just be a normal link, but instead of like prefixing it with a real URL, you just do relative stuff. So like slash about, in theory, Hugo would look for its default directories for content and try to find a markdown code about. And that's what I would do.
Okay. Are you sure that Hugo is checking these links? It's been a while since I used it last, but in the past I believe that it didn't really.
It may not really be checking.
Yeah.
But I do like slash is what I usually do for like local pages that I want to go to.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like you make a link relative to your current URL, but
yes,
rooted in the root path. That makes perfect sense. Okay.
Correct.
See if it works.
Sure. Yeah. Wow, you're saying that this would, yes. File change triggered a successful build.
Okay.
And I mean, Firefox is being Firefox, but whoa. I guess I should have just waited a little longer. My CPU is super slow.
Yeah, sorry.
Learn more about us here.
Yeah. Okay. And it works. Okay, that's fine.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
nice.
that's not crazy. It's nice that the basics work. Now, mess up the name. So go back into your index.smd and put it the wrong typo about, like it becomes something else. About-o, I don't know. A boot.
A boot. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, okay. I think your editors are like touching the same file a ton of times, and that's triggering a ton of rebuilds every single time. I'm sorry. Okay, this is nice to see, because for me, usually this is not such a big deal. I think on Windows it's probably worse. In any case, scroll up a little bit and you will see the error.
This one. Unable to find a boot.
Yeah, so long story short, I cannot comment for latest Hugo because it's been a while since I used it last, but normally you don't get URL validation in Markdown.
No.
You just create a random link that happens to be correct.
Yes.
In Zine, it doesn't work this way. In Zine, in reality, every time you put a link inside every time you create a link element, you're creating something different. You're creating a rendering directive. It's explained in the documentation, but long story short, everything gets validated. Everything. So, yeah, you basically try to reference a page that doesn't exist. It gets much deeper than this. You know how sometimes you would like to deep link a specific anchor. You do like link like about slash pound sign. I don't know, like contact info.
Anchors, yeah.
Yeah, that gets validated. That gets validated too. If you try to deep link to an anchor that doesn't exist, you get a build error.
Interesting. Okay. So I guess that's a question maybe for, again, in future streams, we can flesh this out more, but
yeah,
because I've tried to do anchors in previous Hugo projects and Hugo themes, and it's not always clear to me what constitutes an anchor in terms of like relating it back to the original markdown that I'm authoring, right? So like if I have sections that I am doing with like pound, like, headers, like I'm writing a blog post and like new header, pound, new header, pound, subheader, pound, et cetera. Like one of these things can be an anchor or not.
Yeah.
I'm just not, I've never known like how to map it though, how to do a mapping of like, I know that this header will be an anchor.
Yeah, in Zin it's not explicitly. So the way it works in Hugo normally is that there is like some settings that you can change in the markdown renderer and have the markdown renderer in a somewhat global fashion either generate these things or not. So for every markdown file or not. In Zin, so far I haven't I don't have any configuration for the markdown renderer. And so if you want links, there's some syntax that you have to use to get an anchor on something.
On something.
On so headings, but you could have also links with anchors on something else, I believe. So
good to know.
That not just that one.
Attractive for me. Okay.
Yeah. So you saw the super basics. Yeah.
Excellent intro for me. Excellent intro. This is, in fact, that's enough to like do, I want to say like 85% of the porting. Not even kidding, right? Because all I have, if you look at the website again, let's open that up. Oh, I didn't know you did that too, just like Hugo.
Yeah, so if you have like a setup where you have both windows visible at the same time, then yes, you see this. It's not super polished. What you're actually seeing here is basically the terminal content being popped into your web page. So I plan to make it nicer in the future. But yeah. So like, if you look at you have two screens. One screen is your GVim, another screen is the browser. Then then you don't have to stare at the terminal.
I like that. If you look at my website, it's just literally a list. I guess we'll talk about that in the future. Like, if I want my front page, the index page, to semantically understand this is the list of blog posts that I want to show from most recent to oldest, right?
Yeah.
Like that's a big one for me. That's the majority of my website. It's just like I want a little GIF, a little video, and then a list of the most recent dev logs showing up.
Yeah.
In fact, this theme I don't like because it's just showing me as if I only had two. I have more than two dev logs. Like if you go to the news page, I have this other one over here. That's no longer showing on the front page. So maybe if there's ways for me to control how many to show or to have like a next button, I have no idea. And then the rest is just literally markdown pages with some embedded assets to it. So embedding stuff. Like if you look at the media page, you can sort of see, hey, I'm talking about terminal click at software you can love, right? Or talking about terminals with Micho Hashimoto and like whatever. My website is dead simple. So I feel like even with just what you showed me, 85% of it can be done. I guess I only have questions about embedding assets, embedding media, anchors, and then this thing about listing the latest blog posts on the
if you want, we can, next time that we stream together, I can walk you through setting all this stuff up. It shouldn't be a problem.
A lot of gratitude. I'll be sure to I'm gonna have like on the about page other stuff of like credits, obviously, like a lot of kudos and shout outs. No, I'm serious. Kudos and shout outs to how Terminal Click helped me. How Terminal Click was helped by other people, like the Zig folks. And I also have a lot to thank for with, I forget his name. Is it Flow of Woe? I don't know. I'm sure you really knows the Flow of Woe, but like I owe a lot to them too, and like Hammond software. Anyway, awesome. So I hope we can do this again. Maybe next week. Maybe in a few days. I don't know what your schedules looks like. I know you stream a lot too for your stuff. So
yeah, I'm sure we're gonna be able to find a time slot. No problem.
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Nice.
Again, anybody from your community who's interested in trying out the software, I'm looking for beta testers on any operating system. Any operating system. And you can tell that Windows has the most quirks, right? Like for those of you who have seen my demos on Linux on a Mac, over there is so much better. But we have a working Windows terminal. I think that's a big deal. And it's usable. Like I use it every day. I use terminal click on Windows every day. And we have more and more Zig going on here. We have the Zig build. Now we're going to have Zine. That's so cool. I had no idea that the way to serve Zine websites was through Zig build serve. Like that's like way better than I expected. I thought you're going to have like a separate tool chain with like zin.exe with all its unique flags way over here. Or maybe you do have that too. Do you have like both Zig build serve and then like a separate Zine?
It's the plan for the future. The plan for the future is to make Zig integration optional for people who want to make websites that don't necessarily care about programming with Zig. So would like to stare, for example, at error messages that are like more clean and self-contained rather than Zig build system error messages that are like kind of overwhelming if you're not a Zig developer.
Perfect. That's ambitious. Okay. Now, remember, follow me on Twitch at Abner Coinbray or follow Christoph IT. And we'll see you guys next time. I'll be back in a few days, I promise. We'll keep doing this. I'm excited for the terminal and I'm excited with what we're doing with Zig together. So nice. Talk to you later, Loris.
Talk to you later, Abner. Have a nice day.
You too. Appreciate you. Have a nice night. And the stream.
Okay. Leave the call. Okay. We are back to reality. Well, there were a couple of things that were kind of annoying on Windows from Zine. One is that the JavaScript reloader doesn't seem to pick up things, even though it should. And the second one is that the file watcher keeps so many events from GVim that it chokes Abner's machine horribly. And even though the rebuild is not that bad, because at the end of the day, you rebuild once and then all subsequent rebuilds, they stop immediately as soon as they realize that none of the input files has changed. But that said, given that Windows makes file access so expensive, it makes everything slower than it should be, which is kind of interesting. So, what can I say? I don't know. It's probably not a bad idea to prioritize a little bit, adding debouncing for multiple builds like happening in a flurry at the same time in the watcher, so that way at least Abner can get like slightly better user experience, I guess. So maybe that's something to think about in the future. Now, let's see if anybody else is streaming, so I'm gonna rate them in that case. Nobody seems to be streaming. Let's see. Anybody live? Oh, there's Sparrow. Of course I'm going to rate Sparrow. Well, everybody, have a good night. Yep. Have a good night. So thank you, BitWatcher, for helping. Thank you, everybody. Bye-bye.